Moderator of that conference, really nice to meet you all, our foreign guests in Vilnius. Welcome. It's the pleasure to have you here. Ačiū, kad atvykot, renkatės.
Thank you very much for coming. Please be seated.
Today we will talk on alternative sanctions, how we will implementing and what's the lessons of implementing them to our society, to our imprisons, to our systems. And let me give the floor to the ambassador of Norway, Royal Norway Embassy in Vilnius. Let me give the stage to His Excellency Mr. Ole Terje Horpestad, because the project is in cooperation with your country, with your institution. Ambassador, it's really nice to have you here today. Please take the floor.
Ačiū ir labas rytas visiems.
Thank you and good morning.
Minister, participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be here today again. We had another conference yesterday in the same room and some sort of the same topic, but this is now on alternative sanctions, which we are discussing today. So let me express my sincere gratitude to the CPMA for organizing this conference and for their commitment to managing the Justice and Home Affairs program under Norway grants. This program is the flagship feature of the Norwegian-Lithuanian cooperation under the grants, reflecting the high significance of the sector in our bilateral agenda. Bringing the various institutions of the justice chain together is essential for fostering a human-centered, cohesive and cooperative system. Increased use of alternative sanctions is a practical necessity born out of a need for a more humane and efficient justice system. Designing such a system requires balancing multiple objectives, principles and considerations. Some of the key elements are transparency, equal access and fair treatment, prevention, rehabilitation, proportionality and community-based alternatives. Effective use of alternative sanctions links closely to many of these concepts. Good policy making is evidence-based. Alternative and community-based sanctions, such as electronic monitoring, probation, and restorative justice practices, can be more effective in addressing underlying issues, reducing recidivism, and promoting community safety. Despite evidence to support this, implementation of alternative sanctions comes with its own challenges. There are misconceptions, fears, institutional inertia, lack of resources, and failures in implementation with which to contend. We have seen examples of these challenges in many countries, including Norway and Lithuania. However, through continued improvement and collaboration among justice system and community stakeholders, we can hope to realize the full potential of alternative sanctions. In Norway, we have long recognized the value of alternative sanctions to promote rehabilitation, reduce recidivism, and alleviate the burden on our traditional prison system. Our approach is rooted in the belief that punishment should be proportionate, but also purposeful, with an emphasis on reintegrating offenders into society as productive and law-abiding citizens. Norway's commitment to promoting alternative sanctions extends beyond our borders, and our partnership with Lithuania under the EEA and Norway grants is a testament to this commitment. As we are approaching the conclusion of the current funding period of the EEA and Norway grants, cooperation between our two countries in the justice and home affairs sector has already produced valuable results. There are successes that are bringing systemic change, introducing new concepts and ideas to the Lithuanian justice system. One of such successes is an ever closer partnership between Lithuanian and Norwegian experts in various related fields, which now often extends beyond the scope of the grants. I hope that you will continue to benefit from this shared experience in building a just, compassionate, and effective justice system. Today's event is part of a program that was designed to strengthen synergies within the justice chain in Lithuania. Implementation of alternative sanctions would not be possible without the close coordination and shared values of essential justice system stakeholders. Bringing together the representatives of the Lithuanian courts, prosecutors, NGOs, and others is a precondition to success. In parallel, important work remains in raising awareness of the wider society about the goals, methods, and results of alternative sanctions in Lithuania and in other countries. It is with great pleasure and pride I witnessed the achievements enabled by Norway grants in Lithuania. I would like to express my gratitude to all the Lithuanian experts and partners that have worked hard on the various initiatives. Moreover, thank you and a warm welcome to all the Norwegian partners in the program and today's event for your valuable contributions. I hope you will find it meaningful and rewarding to be part of this, and that you will have an interesting and fruitful discussion at the conference today. So thank you very much for your attention. Ačiū už dėmesį. Geros dienos.
Ačiū. Mr. Ambassador, thank you so much. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your cooperation and experience sharing with Lithuania. And I think, I don't know the same in your country, but in Lithuania we sometimes have really keen, tough discussions on some issues of our prison system humanization, as we call. Today we have here Lithuanian Justice Minister Evelina Dobrovolska. Ministrė, ačiū, kad esat. Kviečiu jūs tarti sveikinimo žodį.
Thank you very much, Minister, for being here, and I give you the floor to say these welcome words.
Gentlemen, first of all, good morning. Thank you for those who woke up after yesterday's conference and are still here, and thank you for those who just joined us today. I'm very pleased to welcome you all at the International Conference Increased Use of Alternative Sanction in Europe. And we had a long debate how to call this conference, actually to bring all experts together, to have room enough for probation officers, for academia, for prosecutor officers, for Norwegian experts, and as well as from our NGO society. I do believe we need all of those actors together to find the best way to proceed seeking the most effective way to spread alternative sanction. And the topic of a conference is highly relevant, as alternative sanction and effective probation can only reduce the prison population. Usually as politicians we say like this. But it also contributes to more successful and effective change in behavior of convicted people, and data shows that. Let me remind you that Tokyo rules adopted by the United Nations General Assembly even in 1980 called on all countries of the world to increase the use of non-constitutional measures. The Council of Europe has also stressed the importance of alternative sanctions. Yet, still, we are speaking how to do more. The wider use of alternative sanction has already gained considerable momentum in Europe. For example, in Netherlands, such measures are applied around 67%. In France, up to 82%. In Poland, Denmark, and Germany, up to 90%. We can be pleased that Lithuania has also managed to achieve significant changes in the development of alternative sanctions. They are applied about 80% of persons who committed criminal offenses, while a decade ago, it was only 65%. Lithuania had accomplished much to expand the use of alternative sanctions and the probation system. We keep improving our criminal laws to ensure that imprisonment actually becomes ultima ratio penal sanction. This has enabled us to reduce the number of inmates in institution of a punishment enforcement system more than 2 times. For example, 10 years ago, we had more prisons than now. Despite the fact we can understand if we are expanding probation officers, we still need focus on prison officers as well. It has to work together as two institutions. We have already expanded the possibility for conditional release from imprisonment institution by introducing an automatic conditional release mechanism. Do we have issues with this topic? Yes, but we can already see the results. Another important aspect I would like to emphasize is the autonomy and growth of Lithuanian probation service. It was a great debate on national level. A few years ago, we made a decision to make it separate institution. Now it's directly subordinated to the Ministry of Justice, and I do believe we can already see the results. 2 years ago, we separated Lithuanian probation service from prison service. Today, the Lithuanian probation service, being subordinated directly to the Ministry of Justice, has all possibilities for expanding the range of social partners. And the service is making the most of this. The involvement of non-governmental sectors, and I can see a few representatives who already took part in a lot of activities of probation, international cooperation, most advanced behavior correction programs which came from Norwegian partners, is now the part of probation system, and we cannot imagine how probation system can work without this. Sanction alternative to imprisonment enabled the convicted person to remain responsible for himself or herself while serving the sentence through continuing participation in labor market, which is very important for the person, as well as to keeping in touch with families. The client can focus on the correction of his or her behavior. Lithuania, like other conscious states, is well aware of one correct direction of criminal policy, ultima ratio. Criminal liability must be measure of last resort, and the imprisonment must be proportional to the crime committed. Therefore, today's conference is an excellent opportunity to all of us, as I have mentioned, academia, probation officers, prosecutor officers, and judges, working together, sharing insight and experience, as well finding the most rational solutions to increase the scope of alternative sanction. I'm especially grateful for partners from Norway. This is an opportunity for us not only to share, not only to listen, not only to speak, but as well as to grow together. So thank you very much for this road together.
Sure. Madam Minister, thank you so much. Thank you for your comments, and let's look for wise and wisdom solutions how to solve these problems. Let me now move to the presentations, and I hate to be the man British Parliament has, the man whose main obligation to speak loudly, order, order, order. I think we will keep some order, and the order is 20 minutes for the presentation. In case you will leave some minutes for comments, it's okay. If you hear the glass is ringing, you know that the time is up. The time is up, and I love to have contact with the audience. For the audience, is really good time to have good questions, comments, critics, suggestions. Please do be open. Please be interactive and raise your hands, raise your questions. And let me start from the inviting before the stage Mr. Daniel Danglades, Deputy Head of the European and International Relations Unit from French Prison and Probation Service. Floor is yours. Thanks for coming. How's Vilnius for you?
First time ever in Vilnius, so I must confess I'm brand new. I'm learning about the city. I arrived last evening, so I haven't seen much beside my room and the hotel, but I promise tonight I will have a glimpse, and hopefully I've been told it's a lovely city, so the cab driver is the one who picked me up. So
wonderful. In case you need some assistance, do not hesitate.
Yeah, lovely. I'm counting on you. Okay. It's My name is Daniel, and it's really a great pleasure that I join you today in Vilnius, and a city, because I check and we know all about our history. That's obviously has witnessed the remarkable resilience and unity spirit that we all strive for. So we gather today to talk about an important, very important topic, how to increase the use of alternative sanction in Europe when you know that for all over Europe we got the spreads on overcrowding, the issues that we are facing, and it doesn't help nobody, neither the society, neither the offender, neither ourselves, basically. So everybody's kind of losing at this game, and we know that prison costs a huge amount of money. So does it make sense? It's not about being against prison, but it's about being efficient and being kind of what's the purpose when it comes to sentence someone to what's the purpose? What we're trying to achieve? So today, I want to thank you for the organization, the CPMA, EA, and of course, Norway to organize this lovely conference. And I've been told yesterday it was really good. So today I'm going to focus and discuss on the Council of Europe recommendation on electronic monitoring within the scope of criminal justice and community sanction. And the aim of our session is to shed lights on basically on the principle of rehabilitation and proportionality as it pertains to electronic monitoring, and to share a compendium of best practices in European countries, because we know that electronic monitoring, at the end of the day, it's just a tool, and it depends up to us how you will use it and what you want to achieve when it comes to resort to it. So I'm going to move up to the last slide. If I manage to do it, yeah. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Oh, no. This one. This one.
Trying this and this. Okay. Maybe.
Oh, okay, very good. All right.
This one.
This one. Okay, thank you. Okay, so what's the agenda? Basically, it's very simple because I've got 20 minutes. Thank you for the reminder. And I'm going to ask you to hold any question you might have at the end of the presentation. I might have a couple of minutes to answer one or two of them, and make sure actually if you got any question to stop me too. So that's okay, that's all right. Background and context. Council of Europe Principles and Standards, the benefits, and although we got a panels later on, benefits and when it comes to balancing rehabilitation and proportionality, and finally best practices and implementation example. And just before we start and delve into the topic here, I would like to ask you a question, actually, to pick in our collective curiosity. And it's not about to test our knowledge, but it's about actually to get a scope, actually, a scope of how the topic is very important. So by a show of hands, how many of you can guess how many people are under electronic monitoring right now in Europe on a daily basis? Right now. Any idea? Okay, few millions, no. Right now, actually, let's say in 2021, there was probably 50,000 people under electronic monitoring. And there is a trend, people are saying actually by 2026, there will be 77,000 by the end of 2026. And to give you an idea, in France right now, we got 17,000 people on electronic monitoring. And when you bear in mind that we got, well, let's say 170,000 people under electronic, under community supervision. So that's say 1 out of 10 people in France are under electronic monitoring when it's 17,000. So that gives us actually the scale and impact of electronic monitoring in our justice system. So I won't spend too much time on this because we all know what's about electronic monitoring. Of course, this anchor, what we call a tag attached to the individuals and say actually is allowed to leave his place or not. And we can got radio frequency. We got another technologies, kind of global positioning system. We got further anytime, 24 hours, 7 days a week. We can now locate, and we got as well we can have voice recognition, we can have also alcohol monitoring. So yeah, all those kind of multifaceted approach and give you actually a lot can be done with electronic monitoring, and it's very crucial to understand this technology and can be used for controls, but an instrument to justice reform and create a more human, effective criminal justice system. Okay. Of course, it got benefits. Okay, I will get back to this one later on. The recommendation was adopted of Council of Europe across basically in 2014, but it came actually to expand because in response to the expanding use of electronic monitoring in Europe since the 1990s, and the need for common ethical and professional standards in its application. So basically, those recommendations actually address all stages of you got pre-trial, front door, you got a back door, post-custodial and stages, and it should never replace professional relationship between a suspect and offenders and the one who's supervising him. Probation services most of the time. But can be a tool, like in England, can be a police can be involved in the how to tackle these tools. So in discussing the Council of Europe net framework for electronic monitoring, it's crucial to recognize the evolution standards of standards and recommendation, because we got in 2010 probation rules, we got two rules basically who say the 157 say actually it cannot be used as a standalone measures because that to be part of a global approach, global broader set of intervention aimed at rehabilitation, and got rule 58 that underscore the importance of combining EM with intervention design to promote the rehabilitation and reintegration of the offender, these individuals, into societies. And that was already 2020, and you mentioned the Tokyo rules in the 1990s. So it's kind of growing trend. And in 2014, Council of Europe basically provides this framework for member states to implement EM in a manner that is respectful of human rights and effective in reducing reoffending. So we got a set of principles. I'm going to go through some of them, but it's very important to read them. Actually, it's kind of, I'm not saying it's like a Bible, but it gives us like a beacon of light, give us some direction, basically, and how to use it, a set of sort of principle standards. You got proportionality, an alternative to detention. EM should be used as alternative to imprisonment and must be proportionate towards the seriousness of the offense, the risk of reoffending, and the needs of the offender. Because we need supportive intervention. EM should be combined with other measures that support rehabilitation and research such as counseling, education, employment. Rights and dignity, the rights and dignity of individuals and the EM must be respected, ensuring data protection and privacy. I was having a discussion this morning with a colleague saying actually he wanted to test it actually to see he's in charge of probation services in a big country, and he said he wanted to test it to see what it feels like, and of course he got his family, and he said actually it's 7 p.m. honey, I get back to home, I don't want to get in trouble, breaches. So make sure actually when I'm talking about privacy, actually it's not the offender, the individual who's wearing tags, it's all the family. It can be wife, can be kids. So everybody in the household, actually everybody is kind of concerned and suffers from the consequences. So yeah, we have to find proportionality and use it when it's really necessary, because everybody can be involved, even I'm going to say, yeah, kids or wife or husband. And quality of implementation, EM should be implemented by trained staff who adhere to ethical and professional guidelines. And finally, regular evaluation, the effectiveness and impact of EM should be regularly assessed to ensure that its benefits of offender, victim, and society. So as we consider those principles, it is clear that electronic monitoring, EM, is not just a technological tool, but a complex intervention that requires careful consideration of ethical, legal, and societal implication. Of course, it got, I mentioned the rich panels that we're going to have on the benefits and challenge of electronic monitoring. So I will touch upon this aspect briefly because my aim is to provide you with a foundational knowledge and the Council of Europe perspective, which will serve as a primer for in-depth explanation that we're going to have in the panel. So briefly, of course, when you say, for example, I'm going to give you an example. In France, we say probably 1 day in prison costs about, let's say, 120 euros per day. In electronic, an EM, basically roughly 15 euros. Yeah, roughly 15 euros. So it's kind of pretty obviously, it's taxpayer money. It could show you so much money. So you might say, okay, let's go for EM. But that's all pretty obvious. But there is kind of layer behind it. Rather the offender, rather sit all day long in a prison cell, playing video, doing nothing else, yeah? So the offender kind of, electronic kind of increase offender accountability. I was mentioned the example 7 a.m. Actually, you have to make sure actually stick by the prison orders or the court orders. So accountability against, support offender rehabilitation. I mentioned earlier employment. So he can get a job, he can get treatment, he can he's a drug user, so help him actually to live his offender criminal past behind him and move forward. And finally, those ties, maintain ties with families, friends, and kind of move away from the criminal acts behavior. Of course, we got challenges too. Can pose a certain number of challenges. I mentioned proportionality, a new form of social, the stigma from being kind of stamped like he was in prison. So it's just like you and me moving in society, doing a regular citizen and autonomous. Of course, has to be talking about again, I keep talking about human rights. I keep talking about proportionality. So we have to. AEM is not for everybody, basically. This was the time to say, actually. So you have to. Of course, you can say it can be for high-risk offender. So it's not for everybody. So we need to assess what is it for and make sure actually we stick the free fall, the level of free fall, actually the intensity of the duration of the punishment. And finally, it's not a panacea. It's a tool. It's just a tool, and we need to have balanced supervision. On a regular basis, meet the offender where you are, what you do, what you've been doing, if there is any breaches, because there's any breaches he's not dealing with, take care of, so it doesn't make sense. So there's a fine balance to find and to be able to be really useful. Supervision, of course, this is a critical aspect. I was talking about breaches, and to ensure that that the objective of EM are met, which typically include compliance with court order, public safety, and the rehabilitation of the offender, effective evaluation of EM involve assessing its impact and reducing recidivism, ensuring compliance, deal with those breaches, and its cost effectiveness compared to incarceration. Supervision, on the other hand, involves the ongoing oversight of individuals under EM to ensure that they adhere to conditions set forth by the court or parole boards. And supervisor can most of the time probation services can use or it can be an office that dealing with the tracking those movements of the offender to ensure actually that he is not enter any restricted area, for example. a sex offender maybe close to school, and comply with the curfew I was talking about, one of the conditions. So regular check-in, support may be also part of the supervision process. And the goal, the only goal, and don't forget it, is to integrate EM part of a broader strategy of supervision that may include face-to-face meeting, counseling as a form of support to aid the individual rehabilitation and integration into society. Overcrowding, this is your big issue. And in addressing the critical issue of prison overcrowding, actually, I'd like to draw attention on the Council of Europe pivotal documents. It's a recommendation 1999 against 1990s concerning prison overcrowding and prison. And this document provides a framework for reducing prison population and improving penal policy across Europe and implementing, for example, EM. But again, we got the white paper on prison overcrowding. What I'm trying to say again is we got the tool, but the tool is not enough. We need a legal framework. The legal framework to say, okay, when to use it, in which case to use it. And again, you got the legal framework. You need human resources, because having the offender as individual and the EM, that's not enough to say, okay, that's it. But we need to have enough resources to deal with this, to make sure is comply. You need enough resources for meeting face to face. So there's a kind of ecosystem of EM, clinic monitoring, and having the tool just by itself doesn't make sense. So yes, and those recommendations, those white papers already give us all those inputs. So it's up to us to use them and to dive in them and help them as a guide, basically. Oh yeah. Yes, some practices. So you mentioned some example. You mentioned the Netherlands. You mentioned France. France and Netherlands. Many countries use this as a front door, back door, pretrial stage. So countries in pretrial measures, countries like Belgium, England, Wales, the Netherlands, Scotland, France, have effectively used EM as pretrial measures to reduce reliance on remand. Early release, parole condition. France, for example, like a 2/3, the entitled is to leave prison, based on the, things have been changing a lot. Yeah, let's say, based, and it can be halfway house, but it can be EM2, kind of aiding the transition back in the community. As a standalone measure, I remember I say, okay, it's not a good thing to use it as a standalone measure, but it can become as a standalone measure and combine with measures like Austria, Finland, Ireland, Spain. They have used EM both as a standalone sanction and in combination with other community sanction and measures. Of course, yeah, we got lesson learned. Lesson learned is legal policy I was talking about, the victim protection too, because you can use this trend using EM like a victim and the offender both were this is the EM of then, and as soon as they get closer to each other, the victims got a warning from a police, from a staff, an officer. Okay, be careful. This is the offender. The individual is the one, and at the same time, the individual's got a phone call saying, asking what you doing there. Okay, so it kind of prevent and protects the victim, protects society. So lesson learned, I talk about those resources, I talk about integration and coordination, responsiveness and adaptability. So those breaches I was talking about, EM must be responsive to the changes of needs of offender, victim, and society, embrace innovation and diversity in their design implementation. And these insights reflect of a collective European experience, basically demonstrating that when EM is thoughtfully integrated into criminal justice system, it can enhance public safety support offender rehabilitation, and respect rights of all parties involved. And as we basically, I know that Lucian has to use it, and basically everybody's kind of automatic, a certain time automatically released with the EM. So there are lessons it can be invaluable in shaping and continuing the evolution of EM practices. And as a conclusion, basically, to contribute to a more human and efficient justice system throughout this presentation, actually key points. I know time, 20 minutes is not a long time. We can spend days talking about it. Actually, there's a conference, a CEP conference every 2 years, actually addressing EM on a broader perspective. And this year, it's going to be first week of December 2024. It's going to be Portugal. It's going to be about actually how EM can help us in prevent reoffending, prevent the offending, protect the victim, how it's being used with juveniles too, how it's been how to deal with the breaches. So this is a good place to think about how to use wisely EM. So this is this is just a reminder, just like this final slide. I say actually, I'm not doing preaching, nothing else, but we are all in it actually, and this is a darkest forest, and of course there's light, there's hope, and we can now find our way actually, and to navigate through the complexity of criminal justice and emerge in a kind of positive change and rehabilitation of the offender, because at the end of the day, it's not about us, it's about the society, it's about the offender who can be our neighbors tomorrow. So it's to us to find out, to define and to help him to be a kind of a law-abiding citizen, and EM can help us to do that, but it's just a tool and it's not enough. So thank you, and if you got any question, I'm hold here and trying to answer them.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for your very comprehensive overview, brief overview of the system. Any questions? Ar turite klausimų? Juos
Any questions, you can ask them in Lithuanian or in English. Just
because I have very difficult questions as a journalist.
Go ahead.
If you allow me one, just
Okay,
we
go
have,
ahead.
as I mentioned, in Lithuania, we have such debates not only in Lithuania with local communities when we implementing these devices, electronic monitoring systems. And do you have some experience or some surveys how impact it local communities and impact from the point of view of public safety?
Okay, the community actually.
Briefly.
Yeah, the community actually. There's several layers to how to address to ask one question. Actually, how does it impact EM impacts the community? First of all, the individual wearing electronic monitoring. So it is not like a stamp on this front head saying I'm wearing an EM. So it's just like any regular citizen. So people don't know actually that is an offender, that is under supervision. So
you speak about urban areas, yeah? But if you have not so big cities.
Yes, but I'm getting there, yeah. So there's kind of virtuous circle, actually, basically. He's back in the community, he can get a job, he can get employed, he can get a supervision. So he's winning, the society is winning. But, of course, you can have a serious offender wearing tag too, okay, wearing EM. Of course, it's going to help him to behave. You're talking about earlier about behavior change. So it's kind of helping, basically, make sure actually you stay on the track. Of course, there's control aspect. We cannot deny it. But the control aspect is not enough. So that's why we need probation, actually, all those supervision, motivational interview, actually, all those come in, actually, this ecosystem I was mentioning, actually, make sure it can be really a win-win situation, either for the offender and for the society and for the individual, so for everybody. And the last aspect of your question, I got
urban areas versus local small cities.
And small cities, I'm saying, okay, you got prison. I was talking about the cost efficient. Prison costs a huge amount of money, okay? So rather this amount of money can be spent somewhere else, yeah? So you save money too. So yeah, I'm not trying. I've got no stock in the action, but trust me. But I'm just a true believer that if we use it wisely, carefully, not for everybody, I think it's definitely worth it.
And for whom is not using?
For who's not within, sometimes you tend to put, this is the case, but we'll talk about later on, yeah? Sometimes you want to, okay, we kind of scare anything might happen. There's responsibility, accountability. So sometimes you might put someone under EM just for the sake of protection, prevention. Sometimes it doesn't need it actually. So we have to be careful, the proportionality. So it's not for everybody. Of course, I mentioned juvenile, but juvenile is this kind of a human being in construction. So sometimes he's not ready to understand all those rules. So is it worth it to use EM for juveniles? I don't know.
I see. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Ar yra dar noro trumpai sureaguoti tai, kad
Any questions, reactions?
disagreements?
Dėkojame.
Thank you so much. Just one remark for our audience who's now on YouTube, who's watching our conference on YouTube. Please also write your questions, comments on YouTube platform. You could be also visible for our speakers. Let us now move to Vilnius, to Lithuania, and let me invite before you Donatas Zabolevičius, Department of Resocialization and Care, Lithuanian Probation Service. Donatai, English, Lithuanian, English. All right. Please use your headphones for our international friends. Headsets use because Donatas will speak Lithuanian.
Good afternoon, Minister, guests. Mr. Danielius caused quite a lot of problems to me because after such an exhaustive presentation, my task would be much simpler to present electronic monitoring in Lithuania. I see a lot of guests who heard about it a lot. When I was preparing for this conference, I thought it's going to be a problem because what can happen in half a year, in a few months, and the situation is that we are changing. A Lithuanian probation system is where I work up to year 19. I worked with electronic monitoring as a practitioner. Now I'm coordinating the development of electronic monitoring in Lithuania. Today, we will speak about electronic monitoring, its beginning from 2012, also the forms, because we hear a lot about electronic monitoring, but intensive monitoring and control by electronic means is one thing. Like our speaker, I will speak about what we've achieved, and the future will be very simple and similar. What challenges we still see and what the future holds for us. EM was launched in Lithuania in 2012 with probation law, and the institution that started developing it and use it, prison department, prison service at the moment. EM was used only for prisoners, backdoors model as a possibility for conditional release 6 months earlier, using electronic bracelets. They then supplier Supercom, who provided those bracelets up to 2016, and we used a very simple radio frequency-based system. The inmates were seen whether they are at home or in some designated area. The beginning was quite modest. We were able to supervise maximum 100 offenders at the same time. And the task of AEM in the system of sanctions was to reduce the number of people serving imprisonment by using this new instrument and providing 6 months earlier conditional release. In 2016, the prison department acquired a new electronic monitoring system with the help of partners, and we also expanded the monitoring when using GPS signal. At the same time, electronic monitoring concept changed. We started controlling and observing people where they are, but also in real time, beyond the designated area. Electronic monitoring task expanded, our tasks expanded, the goals expanded, and the idea was to control and monitor persons not only on conditional release but also use EM tools when the sanction is postponed by the court. Also, later strategic goals changed, and we had the task not only to monitor, control people, but also to apply resocialization, develop social skills, and plan their everyday life. So that was a tool of rehabilitation. And later on, we were able to apply EM up to 1 year. So the support became wider and more used, more efficient. What about the future? From 2021, Lithuanian Probation Service acquired 700 new devices from 121, so it's quite a big change. And from 22 until now, we have expanded the service, and we can control more than 130 persons. So we're using GPS. The equipment provider is Geosatis, known, I think, in Europe to our partners. Well, the new thing is that the legal regulation changed to apply EM in alternative sanctions when the some remand measures are applied. And today, the priority is not only to increase people who have earlier release, but to also try to educate them and increase public safety, resocialize them. Supervision terms are up to 24 months. Non-intensive supervision or monitoring, but EM. In practice, we haven't applied such tools for such a long time. EM, how does it differ from control? Intensive monitoring is applied for the first 3 months with special conditions: no alcohol, take part in behavioral programs, visit probation office once in 2 weeks, and also a big focus is on a strict planning of social life. EM as a tool to control people or to stick to their obligations, it is a bit easier. We have the possibility to apply EM to people who have the obligation to stay at home at a particular period of time during a night, for example, not to visit particular places, not to approach a victim, and also not to leave the territory without the permission of the probation service. As I said, one tool, but encompasses quite a few tasks. The statistics is something that I don't like, but it reflects well the development or the implementation from 2012, 100 persons was controlled, and EM was applied, and also the intense supervision. So now, up to now, 2,834 persons received it. What we achieved, what are our goals? The number of monitored persons increased, also the commitments, that includes training, human resource increase, and also we see that the use of this instrument and the development, like the minister said, and the figures show for themselves that the number of inmates reduced, alternative sanctions increased. In the system of sentences, we still have close contacts with other countries. We expand the network, we share the experience, we think, and we say that EM enabled us to improve the resocialization of persons, because in parallel, behavioral correction programs are applied. What about our challenges? Danielle mentioned the same challenges. The same challenges apply to us, I think. And that means that we are on a good road, and maybe we're avoiding the mistakes. Every day, financial problems, human resources, and so on and so forth. We also see the risk. We manage the risk in establishing a clear relationship to the control and freedom of a person. It is a very sensitive registration, can increase the risk of persons being returned to the system of imprisonment. So we need to understand those violations and challenges in front of us. And what has been mentioned, that we see and we deal with certain ethical problems, GPS system data, legal, illegal, and we separated data collection. When we can collect, when we can't, we change the system. Net widening effect, I think there is no translation of this word, but there is the risk of net widening effect. And one of the problems or a natural process is the motivation of offenders. At first, we faced quite a lot of non-motivated persons during conditional release. There was conscious breaking of equipment. We have instruments to reduce these problems, and the numbers show that the situation is improving. Future plans. This is the only plan to increase the efficiency of e-monitoring. This is not just empty words, these are clear plans, and our Understanding the efficiency will increase if we increase legal regulation. We have separated certain groups that can be applied with EM, and we want to really see the groups of persons for whom it would be really useful. Improvement of real equipment, also continuous monitoring and reaction, because you don't just see the problems, you need to solve them. Of course, human resources, training of staff, and one of the main problems, or the one that we need to solve, is increasing the motivation of offenders to change by the use of electronic monitoring. Thank you very much, and I'm not looking forward to your questions. So says the speaker.
Ačiū, Donatai.
Thank you very much, Donatas. Let us try to ask in Lithuanian. Do you have any questions to Donatas? Yes, Donatas, I have a question. You have quite a long, extensive experience in electronic monitoring. Now is used too rarely or too often? Or is it a tool that is applied in cases when it shouldn't be applied? Minister, I do understand that my answer may determine my career in this case. I will be a guarantor that it does not happen. Thank you very much for your question. Oh, well, difficult to answer. I'm not a legal expert to say this, but my answer would be that basing on the data, scientific data, electronic monitoring should be applied to some groups of people, not all. Not all. It should not be automatic. And I do hope that I'll see this day. There should be a differentiation, yes. Okay. Yes, would you like to ask anything? I have no doubt that you have certain desires to ask and to go for coffee. As a journalist, I'm always concerned the reoffender ratio is quite high. Repeat offenses. What is the effect of these measures for reoffenders? You talked about this motivation that the reward to be outside is a bonus, I think, the reason to be motivated not to reoffend. Well, your question is it reducing or increasing the reoffender ratio? Well, this tool, no doubt, is a stop signal that you are seeing. You have to think twice before reoffending, but it is very difficult to say that this really helps a person to stay outside the institution. As regards the number of reoffenders, I don't see this direct link. This instrument cannot increase or reduce the reoffender ratios. A number remains the same. Well, my question, whether it's a tool like a reward for a person. Well, this motivation, people don't like these tools, actually. They're not looking forward to them. They don't like being controlled. Good morning. Thank you for your question. Deputy Prosecutor General Saulius Arsackas, just to continue on what we started, the punishment, the sentence does not prevent people from committing crimes. in the institution. When EM are applied and a person is using this EM, does that prevent them from reoffending? If they commit crimes, what is the percentage, and how such crimes can be detected? Thank you, prosecutor, for your question. There are three parts. How do we detect crimes? If we have the opportunity to see the place of the location, then we, together with the pretrial institutions, in cooperation with them, we collect information, we collect evidence. So this tool is used in pretrial investigation. Don't know to what extent, but we receive questions and we cooperate. So this is the opportunity to detect crimes as regards prevention. It does exist, and this is an ethical issue to what extent and how long, because we apply it up to 24 months, but when the tool is used, it's a preventive measure for persons. And another thing is what I said already. If they take it off, try to block the signal, then for some persons this is not efficient, but for the majority it is. And it's a preventive measure. How many lawbreakers you have who try to break the equipment, escape? Well, it's difficult to answer. About 10%, I think. Okay, 10%. I talk about conscious breaking. Any other questions before coffee?
Hi, I'm Petra. I'm from Croatian Probation Service. I have a question about conditional release. I saw there was a high increase of using electronic monitoring with the conditional release prisoners. I wanted to ask, are there prisoners who are on conditional release that have a supervision of probation that are not under electronic monitoring at this time in Lithuania, or every inmate that goes on conditional release has the electronic monitoring?
Thank you for your question. No, a regular early release mechanism is still in place. That means that not all early release inmates live with the electronic monitoring tools. And the majority are released by the Commission of Early Release, and they live to freedom according to the general rules. And this is definitely not electronic monitoring in every case.
Ačiū, Donatai, dėkui jūsų kankinimui.
Thank you, Donatas. Thank you. Your torture is over.
Kągi, tai turiu atsakymą į pagrindinį.
So I have the response to the main question, will we get coffee?
I'm looking you at 10:50 coming back here again. Mūsų antrąjį ratą susitikimo po kavos dar žmonės renka.
Let us begin the second round. Let's hope that they will be quicker in taking back their seats. Now I'd like to introduce Professor Simonas Nikartas, a Vilnius University lecturer, a lawyer, and here we'll talk about the benefits and challenges of the use of electronic monitoring or alternative sanctions. There are always pluses and minuses, the risks, and we have to think of how to manage those risks. Professor, the floor goes to you. Please introduce the panelists and continue. I wish you a dynamic discussion. Thank you very much, Aurimas. I am Simonas Nikartas, not yet a professor, a docent, a future professor. Thank you for your appreciation. I am associate professor in English, so almost a professor. I will also try talking in English out of respect to our panelists, and at the same time Lithuanian, because many people in here are Lithuanians.
Dear conference participants, my name is Simonas Nikartas from Vilnius University. I will try to speak both in Lithuanian and English because maybe giving the questions for our guests in English and also explaining these questions also in Lithuanian. I will try to do that. And I'm happy to start this discussion on challenges and benefits of electronic monitoring. And we will have different views and insights from our experts, the participants of this discussion. And let me introduce them. We have Goran Birkic, and sorry in advance if I pronounce your names incorrectly. Goran is presenting Ministry of Justice sector of probation, yes, and then Romas Ostanavičius, head of Lithuanian Probation Service. Then Imants Jurevičius, head of Latvian State Probation Service, and Daniel, sorry, I will have issues to about your last name, Daniel Danglad. Daniel Danglad. Daniel is representing French Prison and Probation Service, and then Njal Grimstad from Oslo Probation Service. So let's start, and the first question would be for each of one, and it would be about the topic of this discussion: benefits and challenges of electronic monitoring in your system. And let's start with Goran. I know, as far as I know about Croatia, but about Croatian system, Croatia is very oriented to resocialization and education. And the question would be, how you see the benefits and challenges of electronic monitoring, and how electronic monitoring fits in this your social-oriented system?
Thank you for a question. I sit here because I expect that I will be the last one. So, and but thank you. Okay. I will give a small introduction about electronic monitoring in Croatia, because we are the youngest, I think, in this area, because we start with electronic monitoring 2022. Because we have to develop, first of all, we have to develop professional probation service. And, we have full of experience in enforcement community sanctions in Croatia, such as community work, suspended sentence, conditional release. But, I don't know, somehow probation always identified as electronic monitoring. And from the start of development of probation service, journalists always asks, okay, it's good that you have a good probation service, but you still haven't electronic monitoring. And our neighbors, Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, has. and be worse than your neighbors is something that, and compare with the neighbors is something that the public don't like. 2017, we conducted pilot project of electronic monitoring, and it was very successful. After that, we apply for Norway grants. We prepare project to apply for Norway grants, and from 2022, finally we implement electronic monitoring in Croatia. I'm not satisfied with the numbers of offender under electronic monitoring, because we rented 200 bracelet, and we have just 25 offender under electronic monitoring. I'm looking on Bjorn. He had hard mission in Croatia to convince our judges to use much more often electronic monitoring. Our prison is overcrowded, and I can say that our judges are old-fashioned, and we have to convince them that electronic monitoring is really good tool, but it's just a tool, and you have to combine it with probation treatment, and we can release. My opinion is all offenders will go from the prison soon or later, but it better is to release prison from earlier and put them under electronic, not all of them, but put them under electronic monitoring and combine with probation treatment if we want to achieve good results of rehabilitation, which we start in a prison. Before we realize this project, we make cost-benefit analysis, and it's cost that one day in the prison cost 50 euros, and one day under electronic monitoring cost 50 euros. But it's cheaper now because we rented equipment from Norway grants, so we finance equipment from Norway grants, and and from that reason we have, I can say, grace period for introducing electronic monitoring. And I'm 15 years in probation. I never been in media such. We before start with electronic monitoring, and always ask me, oh, you have 200 bracelets, but you have just small number of offenders. I told him, okay, what is our duty as a Ministry of Justice? To ensure the money, to ensure the staff, to ensure bylaws and laws, but we can make decision about electronic monitoring. It's to judges. They have to decide who is for electronic monitoring or not. But finally, we have everything. We fulfill all preconditions for electronic monitoring. Bjorn, I hope so you will convince our judges that electronic monitoring is very useful. It's a very useful tool. And I believe, when we start with electronic monitoring, I put bracelet on my leg, and I was in the city with my wife. And I told her, okay, love, we have to go home because I'm under electronic monitoring. Who control you? Nobody. I control myself. You are totally crazy. You know, offenders have schedule in their mind. You know, they have to fulfill some obligation. They are not free. They have to be at home strict at 7 or 6 or 5 o'clock. You know, they have to, just their obligation, you know, they have influence on their whole life. Not, as Daniel mentioned, not on just offender, for all family members. And I think, I really believe that in the future we will have much more offenders under electronic monitoring. We start with pre-trial detention and conditional release, and third step in the future will be serving short prison centers under electronic monitoring. That will be our third step in the future. You know.
Thank you. Now I will speak Lithuanian in Lithuanian because I'll also Aš norėčiau
Now I would like to ask Romas, the director of the probation service. I'd like to ask you, as we see from your colleague Donatas' presentation, electronic monitoring has become considerably widespread in the past years. I can imagine that the probation service has a number of challenges merely related to the increasing numbers of those under electronic monitoring. Could you please focus now on the benefits and then maybe turn to challenges? But I'm very interested in hearing how you are doing, because this is a new start. Previously, we didn't have so many cases, and now we have a high number of people under electronic monitoring. And please tell us how the probation service is adapting to this situation, because I can imagine that this is now a priority for you. Yes, I'm very happy that Donatas spoke before me. He's my colleague. He really gave a lot of answers. But as a colleague Goran said, we started with low numbers, and today, every day, we are monitoring over 1,000 people who have an electronic bracelet. At the beginning, especially at the stage of planning and forecasts, these figures were rather scary in terms of human resources and in terms of whether we will be able to manage this with the current resources, whether we will manage to implement the monitoring. But with time, and as the attitude of our clients was changing towards electronic monitoring, this became quite a successful and organized and regulated activity. Of course, we have challenges too, especially in terms of the destruction and damaging of the equipment. There is a certain amount of people who do this, but we are happy that the percentage is not very high. But as we began putting on so many bracelets, the percentage of destroyed equipment was higher. So this is a challenge for us. What to do so that our clients, people under our supervision, finally understand that this is not a bad thing, that this is not about strict control. And I can tell you from experience that our clients thought that we even were listening through those bracelets what the clients were doing at night. And we really focused on educational campaigns and used the experience of our Norwegian partners. We incorporated our specialists of electronic monitoring into pilot institutions. They conducted all the educational campaigns about electronic monitoring and the bracelets and what the benefits would be to our clients, so that when they are free together with their family, when they are able to work and in fact being able to move freely, they will at the same time be serving their sentence. And this is perhaps one of the key things. People under our supervision weighed the benefits and made a comparison. Is it better to be locked between four walls where there's no movement, or whether to choose the possibility to be in the society, together with the society, be part of the society processes, and to feel a fully fledged member of the society? Today, as I said, the number has surpassed 8,000 of people. Of course, there are still challenges, but today we are doing quite well together with our team. So that's it. Thank you. Now, Latvia.
No, Latvia is our neighbor. And you know what that Lithuanians are happy when neighbor's house burns. But yeah, but if seriously, really, I remember I also worked in probation system, and Latvia for us, we really had you can say white envy for Latvia. Latvia was quite also example for us, and as probation system, management of probation system. And I know that Imants is one of creator of modern Latvian probation system, also in introduction of electronic monitoring. And I would like to ask if everything is perfect in Latvia, or you have challenges too.
No challenges. Everything is perfect. Yeah, benefits, challenges regarding electronic monitoring. I think the most important thing is we in Latvia always try to remember why we are as a probation. What is our mission in our society? And from the very beginning of establishment of probation service, our mission was set. Yes, we need to contribute to the creation of a safer society, but it was very clearly said that our mission, we can increase the safety through development of alternatives to imprisonment. Shortly, making sure that nobody gets into prison, and development of various community sanctions, contributing to development of legislative reforms and reviewing of penal sanctions in our country, and developing networks in community with cooperation partners, and spreading this message of with working with society, public communication with society, that work within community with offenders is much more meaningful, effective than in prison. I guess the same is true for Lithuania as it was for Latvia, that there were too many people in prison who were being able to efficiently live in society without doing crimes. And we still have these problems that application of imprisonment is normal. In practice, in my opinion, application of imprisonment as a penal sanction should be extraordinary practice. And normal practice should be community sanction for whatever offense. You should, because imprisonment is the last resort, in my understanding. That means you have exhausted and explored every other possibility to keep person in society. And probation in Latvia has developed in this direction for 20 years, what we are in Latvia. And that's very core of our identity in Latvia. And regarding electronic monitoring, that also is one of our biggest challenges, to make sure that if we get person on electronic monitoring, we are able to facilitate this program for this person in a way that he doesn't make new offenses and that he doesn't get back into prison because of breaches. Because electronic monitoring is a program where it's very easy to get a breach. You I don't know, miss your schedule for 5 minutes, it could be a breach. For twice missing 5 minutes or 10 minutes, for example, your schedule, being at home late, you can get to prison for 1 year. and this is something we don't want to, that this is happening. Our program in Latvia is very small, but it was created small intentionally. Because at the very beginning we said that electronic monitoring should be true alternative to imprisonment, not addition to some kind of community supervision, and that it is very intensive intervention. and we should not over-apply it. And we very well understood it's very expensive. It costs a lot of money, and you can better use this money in other ways much more efficiently by building networks of cooperation in community with social services, with NGOs, with supporting the capacity of community to accept those offending people within and help them to socially include is in our society and solve addiction issues and etc. And I know that we have more than 500 clients in electronic monitoring from 2015, what we had till up to date, and less than 20 was sent back to prison. That's fantastic success rate for electronic monitoring program, and we are very proud of that. But it also is linked with very careful selection of people who are involved in this program. In Latvia, electronic monitoring, we have only backdoors model. That means you can be released earlier than normal parole with electronic monitoring. You can apply for that. And we go to the prison, we do our assessment. It's extremely important to do very high quality assessment of the person, of his personality traits, whether that suits electronic monitoring program. That includes mental health mental health, yeah, addictions, antisocial, this behavior, attitudes do you have or not. And additionally, we assess technical parameters of the place where he is planning to live. Electricity, do you have means to pay for electricity? Do you have doors in your flat? Sometimes they don't have doors. I remember a situation when person was saying, I will be released to this address. We go to this address, there is no house anymore. And some live in rural areas where the toilet is far away. You know, you need to go out, and you can catch in the radius. Very often we face technical issues, and yes, we understand maybe that's not the best choice to refuse electronic monitoring and to release person early from prison. But we understand that this is our challenge as well, because if we will release him, it's very probable that we will send him back to prison, and that's something we don't want anyone experience who is under probation. So we meet with them, we explain how your life will change with this device, that it's not freedom, and we usually try, we always receive informed consent, that this is voluntary choice of theirs, that they are highly motivated to comply with conditions of electronic monitoring. It's always combined with resocialization measures of normal community supervision process and individual psychosocial work that we provide, including treatment programs when necessary. And in Latvia, at the moment, we see electronic monitoring as a very good tool for people who have spent many years in prison, like 5, 10. They are very used to discipline, structure of the daily life, what is in prison, and when they get out without any structure, that's a big issue. So they need somebody who will help them to develop schedule for every day for some period of time, and like helping them to adapt to the life in society and taking care of themselves. I know that's not in Norway. I remember once in Norway, I was in Bergen prison many years ago, and we noticed that prisoners are going and opening doors themselves. Guards are following them somewhere. And we had in our group colleagues from prison service of Latvia. They were so surprised. Why did you know? Because usually you stay, guard goes, opens the doors. Now you can go inside, stay, I will close the door. and the logic of the colleagues from Norwegian prison service was that we need to make sure that we help them with every aspect, so that if they can do something themselves, we should allow them to do it, but not doing instead of them. And in probation, we are trying to work in the same way. I know that in our prison colleagues also are working this day, but the main idea is to empower people to deal with the daily issues of life, what everyone deals with. And electronic monitoring we would like to use exactly in this way. I hope that in future we will be able to use electronic monitoring in Latvia in a wider scale as a front door model. It's problematic because people are afraid that it will cost too much. There are some criminological logic, not always have to say is the same as political logic. Yeah, but we are working towards that, and definitely we are working towards that nobody gets into prison.
Thank you. France. As far as you know, France was one of the first countries in continental Europe introducing electronic monitoring.
End of 2020, something like that. There was a pilot in 2005. Yeah, let's say it started really about 2010. About. Yeah.
And yes, but you have practice, and I also read an article about study in France on electronic monitoring, and it showed that it can be effective in regarding recidivism, reducing recidivism. But so there are some benefits, yes. And how the situation is nowadays with what is your evaluation?
Yes, regarding France, of course, anywhere we are actually in the world, in France, in Europe, yes, when it comes to electronic maintenance, of course, the benefits are pretty obvious, yeah. We mentioned about cost reduction, we mentioned actually the offenders, the individual stay in the society, in the community, so his family, his kids, wife, friends can see him actually, so it doesn't disappear for a while. So this is kind of dynamic virtuous circle. So it kind of job, so it brings money back into your household. So as a kid, everybody sees kind of is growing as an individual. So where we are exactly in France. So yes, we started, let's say in 16 years ago. Actually, we got more and more people in prison. We got more and more people under electronic monitoring. So about 10%, I say 10% are in the supervision, the community under electronic monitoring. That's a lot. But the thing is, the net widening we talked about earlier, it's the reality in France. So basically, it's another tool to punish. So we are saying actually it's supposed to be more society, let's say, societal approach to change behaviors. There's no doubt about it. That's why maybe that's one more reason besides the cost. It can be really effective to help the individual to change his innocent behavior. Let's say, for example, this is selling drugs. So by 7, he has to stay at home. So he cannot do it 9 times. So putting some routine, some habit, bad habit, healthy habit in his life. And actually the judge and the probation staff can work with that based on their assessment. Actually, he's got bad friend, bad behavior, gangs. They say we're going to restrict, actually, make sure actually he's allowed to leave his house, let's say, just for 4 hours per day. And then actually when you're home, actually not sitting there drinking alcohol, but that's why we get probation, kind of face-to-face meeting, actually, what you've been doing, how are you doing, how are you evolving, how do you commit with your requirements, the condition, do you expect them? So yes, so where we are, we got more people, I was saying more people in the electronic monitoring, so the net widening infects, so it takes 2 to tango, actually to dance, so we need to have more people on board. Of course, the judge, okay, the individuals, the society has to understand actually what it's about, so it's up to us as a probation staff to explain actually what sentence mean, and let's say someone under electronic monitoring, that's not a reward, like you're saying. It's not a rewarding, it's really a sentence, so it can be very punitive. So, so more and more network campaign, but where we are struggling is on pretrial, we use it on the front door. So we kind of we got 30% of inmates they are on remand on pretrial detention in France. So that's a lot. So maybe some of them we can resort to electronic monitoring actually, and we're struggling to use it on the front doors. That's a really issue. So we need to convince again judges, to convince society, say actually, is on waiting for his trial dates. There's kind of investigation going. Maybe the investigation actually with the judge is over, so they need to sit in jail for nothing. So it can be an active member of society. So this is where we're struggling. We're struggling with the front stage. We're struggling actually. We're also struggling that we're using more and more electronic monitoring for domestic violence. So that's maybe one over 1,000 units. So. Yes, there's still a lot going on, but there's still room for improvement, definitely.
Thank you. Norway. Norway is another perfect country in our Lithuanian view. But really, we think that Norway, also think in many countries, we take Scandinavian countries as example for criminal justice systems, and your electronic monitoring system. As academic, I appreciate that you also focus also on the evaluation of effectiveness. You have research on reducing recidivism, etc. That is really, I see many benefits, but maybe there are. Are there some challenges too? Maybe. What could you tell us?
Yes, of course. When I look at different countries in Europe, I see that we have the same challenges, more or less, all around. I remember when Latvia was starting and they were visiting Norway, carefully considering what they saw, and almost in every area they did the opposite. And that is exactly how it should be, because this is a penal tool that does not exist in a vacuum. It's a part of the culture, it's a part of the rest of the penal chain. So it has to be adapted to every country. In Norway, we now have about 3,500 annually. Many of those sentences are very short. We have front door, back door, and the problem you mentioned with the net widening is dealt with in a way that this electronic monitoring is not decided by court. It's decided by correctional service. So that you're sentenced to, like, let's say 6 months in prison, and then after careful consideration, evaluation, and we also exclude some sex offenders, we exclude grave violence, then you can execute the sentence as electronic monitoring. In this way, we really reduce prison population and we do not punish more. This is, of course, a problem. When judges are giving this fantastic tool, they want to play with it, and they actually sentence more. They punish more instead of less, which is a problem in all around when you have alternative sanctions, not only with electronic monitoring, I believe, but also other sanctions. We have, as mentioned here, also very little breaches. Breaches are dealt with not by court, but by correctional service. We send them back to prison same day or day after. There are also very low reoffending rates measured. We have less than 9% in electronic monitoring, which is actually half of what we have in other alternative sanctions in probation service. So we are fairly satisfied with the situation. There are, of course, problems. We are not at full capacity. We could actually execute more. About 45% of the sentences now of unconditional sentences are executed as electronic monitoring. But we are not going at full capacity. So we are aiming at even more of these sentences should be executed as electronic monitoring, and there is, of course, a strategy for this. There is a consequence in this, that the prison population, the rest of the population that are actually executed in prisons, there is a notably harsher conditions. Because what you're left with in prisons are people with severe psychiatric problems, drug problems, people without a goal and aim to change. And this actually means that the prison population and the conditions for those remaining in prison are tougher. So this is something we have to deal with in some kind of way. And it is more resourceful for those. You need more resources for those left in prison, actually. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you to every one of you for such comprehensive insights. We could see a map of challenges and advantages of electronic monitoring in different countries. Now I would like to ask some more specific question. I will start with Romas because it's related to the practice of Lithuania. And maybe I'll explain also for Romas in Lithuania now. Lietuvoje, kaip žinoma, yra praktika.
In Lithuania, there is this conditional release practice.
Conditional release, when some of prisoners are released automatically from prison, but obligatory with intensive supervision, with electronic monitoring. Yra praktika Lietuvoje, kaip dalis nuteistųjų paleidžiama iš pataisos įstaigų automatiškai pagal bausmių vykdymo kodeksą ir jiems yra taikoma intensyvi priežiūra. And the question would be if this practice is good or it should be individualized, and electronic monitoring should be individualized regarding behavior in prison, risk assessment or motivation of the offender. Ir klausimas būtų, ar gera tokia praktika, ar ne? Vat, pirmiausia, galbūt Romui, kuris galbūt irgi galėtų daug išsamiau papasakoti, ir po to ir kitiem, ar ne, diskusijos dalyviam, ar tokia praktika gera, o galbūt elektroninis monitoringas turėtų būti labiau individualizuojamas. Tai yra taikomas tik tiem, kurie turi motivaciją didesnį, arba kurie, sakykime, geriau elgesi, ar ne, ar įkalinimo, ar ne, vykdant bausmę, arba, pavyzdžiui, atsižvelgiant į rizikos veiksnius, ar ne. Tai toks būtų klausimas. Romai, prašau.
Dėkui. Tai, Simona, jūs ir užduodamas klausimą.
Yes, you asked a question and you also gave the answer. Of course, this automatic conditional release system, when electronic monitoring is applied, was one of the challenges to our system, to our service. Like I said, education was quite weak in this sense. And persons who are released conditionally, they were not as motivated. And the risk of breaking the bracelet was one of the highest. And as colleagues said, the main thing when working with clients is motivation. And putting electronic monitoring, electronic bracelets, should be graded. Here I'm talking about the fact that you need to assess the risk. Also assess whether one needs this electronic monitoring. Because we see from experience that not all people can wear the bracelet, but automatic release institute is not bad. But one needs to motivate the inmates that this automatic conditional release should not be presented as a release, automatic release, but rather rehabilitation. Not all people should be applied with conditional release, and it should be really graded. The risk should be also applied, and many other factors. Thank you very much, Romas.
Your insights, Daniel. What do you think about this practice? And
yeah, you mentioned risk assessment, definitely, because I talk about ecosystem. Okay, whatever the individual is doing in prison, actually, there is let's say the judge, actually, executing judge, prosecutor have a role, actually, but you got to be, this final decision rely on the judge here, in the contrary to Norway. But the judge that bases fund his decision, actually rely on the probation services, rely on prison governor, actually basic kind of assessment. What's being on? Is it worth it? Do we have to trust? Can we trust this guy? Can we trust this individual? Actually, what's going to after the prison? So, and at the same time, it makes sense actually to prepare his re-entry in the community, to prepare actually to avoid recidivism. So, of course, EM can be a tool, but it's going to be a tool based, actually, a decision made based on the assessment based by all those individuals, this network of probation services, prison governors, the staff, correctional staff, even the prosecutors can have a word. And finally, the judge is going to say, okay, I'm going to grant him actually an EM, but it can be not just, it can be EM, it can be halfway houses, it can be a conditional release. So it's not necessarily EM, it doesn't have to be automatic. What can be automatic is a release, basically, after 2/3 of the sentence in prison. And the thing is, you have to bear in mind, if we want the success, actually, the success of the supervision, so the individual, actually, the inmate, have to understand, actually, why he's granting, why he's got an EM. So if he doesn't understand, it's something very automatic. So basically, there is no, he's not in it. He's not in it. So he has to be in it. He has to be, let's say, actually, I got the opportunity to turn my life around, opportunity to do something good, because it's about growing as an individual. So he has to be part of it, because we keep talking about EM, but we have to talk about the elephant in the room is actually the individuals, the inmates, whatever we call it. Actually, it's a human being, a citizen, and he's got his free will, he's got his mind. So we have to work with him, all of us, actually, even the society and media tools. Everybody has to worry about what's it about. So we have to work with him, explain actually he's got the opportunity. It doesn't have to be automatic, okay? And because there's kind of moral contract, and because there might be breaches maybe because he doesn't understand it, he doesn't know why he's got it. If it's automatic, actually, he thinks like, why should I bother? Why should I bother? So there's kind of moral contract with everybody. That's why later on we probably trust with society, trust with probation officer, trust with everybody, the judge, but contract will say, okay, all right, I got the opportunity, so now I'm going to try to do something good. But this mindset start probably the moment he set foot in prison, actually. So this is again, all of us, this is the purpose why we're there, actually, why we're doing this job, basically. It's not for us, it's basically for those individuals who someday, one day, decided something happened, accident, or maybe it's actually, maybe we tend to forget, actually, maybe everybody fails them, prison, family, everybody fails them, or maybe they fail themselves too. So now it's kind of to reach out a hand and actually to grow, basically.
Yep. And in addition to that, of course, as Council of Europe has stated, there should be a motivation, there should be some kind of application to do this. So it is important that if you transfer from prison there should be some kind of motivation to do so. In addition to that, there should be a security assessment alongside. So a small mistake done by someone can lead to huge consequences when people who are not fit for society are put there. And it will consequently lead to massive political incidents as well. So potentially it's dynamite there. So I don't think that one should do this like automatically. However, if it leads to us punishing less, if you release, this gives you the possibility to release earlier than you would. Then, of course, how can we be opposed to it? There is a concrete suggestion in Norwegian correctional service that electronic monitoring should be a not mandatory, but a overarching thing that should be put in place so that we are able to earlier release, earlier than now even. So I am a bit ambivalent. It depends on how you do it and the rules and regulations put in place.
Goran, Imants, would you like to add something?
Yes, I didn't mention before, but electronic monitoring in Croatia is not a part of probation service. Thankful for Croatia, we introduced electronic monitoring. We ensure the equipment, we ensure everything, but after that, we developed new independent service, which is directly, we have two central offices, one for probation, one for the prison, and in the middle, directly under the Director General, we have service for electronic monitoring. Because we are not technicians, we are treatment staff. We can assist to that service. But I don't care about does somebody have bracelet or not. In Croatia, every prisoner can apply after to prison sentence and can apply for conditional release. And judges send us a request to check on the field basic precondition for electronic monitoring, such as Imants mentioned before, signal, electricity, billings of other members of family, and we send a report to judge. And when they decide to go put somebody outside of the prison under electronic monitoring, they give them two special obligations. One is electronic monitoring. They have to stay during the night at the home. And another one is cooperation with probation. And we are in charge for that. We make some kind of assessment. We prepare a sentence program, and we work with offender on their rehabilitation during the conditional release. But the other colleagues from National Monitoring Center, they control them. They are 24/7, but we are responsible. They inform us if somebody breach schedule, but it's not to us to control. We can assist. Sometimes we support colleagues from central monitoring center. We install equipment, but equipment is their job, not probation.
I would like to not repeat what was already said, but shortly, I strongly believe that nothing should be automatic within our business. It's all about risk management and taking responsibility as a professionals for our decisions. We understand very well if we release on early from prison sex offender or other dangerous offender, for example, he might kill somebody, he might rape somebody, yeah. People will be harmed. But at the same time, if we keep him in prison until the very last day, he will be released without any supervision. And those risks are much higher that he will do some bad things then. Therefore, it's always advisable to have some kind of probation for dangerous persons, so that this transition into life in community is gradual. And if they do some bad things, that we have infrastructure in place to identify those risks, those signals to accumulate. Because otherwise, if they serve after full sentence in prison, they are released. Police doesn't monitor them much. Probation, of course, we don't have authority to do anything. He's free completely. Yeah, and that's something I think very important, that we should always do risk assessments. We not only risk assessment, but needs assessments. We should know our client, both while he is in prison and when he is on probation. And we should find the right moment when he should be let out of the prison. Or maybe, indeed, kept until the very end of the imprisonment. But even then, we need to do something to prepare society for release. And in Latvia, we have this, as we call it, multi-agency cooperation between state police, prison service, and probation service, and child protection agency. And prison service started to organize those meetings also for those who they will release and they think they will possess danger. So there is some kind of infrastructure created, so that yes, he will not be our client, but we still feel responsible, because imprisonment maybe we see did not achieve those results of resocialization as it was expected, you know. But we are honest and we are saying that, and we informing other agencies about that, and doing something. And most importantly, I think it's also very they are humans at all. Everyone who did offense, they are humans. And sometimes, also in Latvia some years ago, we see offenders as objects of criminal justice system, like fuel for criminal justice system or whatever. We just need like boxes, moves them around, don't speak with them, just I think this box should be moved there and this there, and like a logistical more operations than resocialization operation. And this is not anymore the case in Latvia, and I hope in most of the European countries. I'm not so aware about other countries, I have more about Latvia. And we see humans in those people, and if you want, in order to be able to see humans, you need to speak with that person. You need to sit down, find a way. If you transfer him to other prison, or prepare him for release on parole, you should go and speak with him. What do you think about this? You know, let's speak about it. What are your worries? What are your needs? You know, should we do this? And I spoke with a colleague from Estonian prison service. He said that they have people who don't want to go on parole because they don't have anywhere to go. They are sitting till the very end in prison because they don't have relatives, they have spent all their life in prison. They are very afraid of being released on parole or whatever. And just kicking them out of the prison on parole or whatever through automatic proceedings, it doesn't make good to our society, to them. So you always need to find the time to speak with that. But conversations take time. It takes also psychological load on staff, and we should take care of people, you know, both in probation and in prison who do this job, that they have enough time to take care for themselves. That, for example, prison officers don't feel imprisoned themselves together with their clients. That the working conditions are good, etc. Not damaging people who are working inside those closed establishments. And I have this metaphor with what I would like to conclude, that, you know, 100 years ago we invented cars, and you have some idea how 100 years ago car looked like. Yeah, you can drive this car. It needs some fixes. You do those fixes. You renovate that, but at certain point, you know, it's not fixable anymore. You need to have new car according to the modern society needs and what it provides to you. And we don't drive steam engine cars anymore. But we provide, but we still have prisons from 19th century. And some criminal justice policies sometimes, and I see they are from 19th century as well, or maybe even from medieval times. We need to go hand in hand with time, develop new criminal justice policies, build new prisons. We provide what provides functionality according to the needs of the tomorrow nowadays. No, I understand very well you can't do any modern criminal justice work within prison which was built 100 years ago. It's not possible. Infrastructure is extremely important. And the same also relies to probation. It's not just a, I don't know, room where you go and meet with your client. You need also to pay attention to architecture of probation as well. And working environment. Do you have glass between you and probation client, or don't have glass? Do you work like a psychotherapist? I don't know, like we are sitting with Romas together, how close we are with client. That everything matters. And that's, yeah, everything matters. We need to know a client, dig into the client.
Thank you very much. Our experts said many very interesting things, and we have some minutes for questions for the audience.
Any questions, comments? Just several minutes for them. Yes, gender balance a bit.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, for me as a practitioner and probation officer in Croatia, I was a bit, I don't know, worried about this EM because, as Goran said, we are very proud of our Croatian probation service because it's focused on rehabilitation, and we are very proud on our focus that is building an alliance with the offenders based on respect and trust. So now I'm glad that all of you mentioned that EM is just a tool that will give this new dimension to my work and the work of my colleagues. And so now I see the benefits of it in probation in Croatia, that is, since we're now just implementing it. So I just wanted to make a comment. Thank you.
Dar norit sureaguoti lietuviškai, angliškai, kaip norit?
Would you like to react or comment in Lithuanian or English?
Just in one sentence, vienu sakiniu, just in one sentence, what you see the main benefit? Kokią didžiausią naudą matot elektroninių device, elektroninių monitorių? Vienas svarbiausia, kas jums liko galvoj po to, ką čia girdėjot? Prašau. In one sentence. Nežinau, lietuviškai ir angliškai. Ingrida. Viskas gerai. Kas norėtų dar sureaguoti?
Who would like to react about the risks or benefits? Well, the benefit is that you can monitor the offender here and now, and it's quite easily applicable. And in terms of risks, well, these are not even risks, but it's quite complicated because this is not suitable for each and every offender, because it all depends on the type of the offense, because electronic fraud offenders cannot be hampered by electronic monitoring. Hello, I am from an NGO. We are cooperating with the probation service. What does electronic monitoring give us? We shelter people who are on early release, and when we see that they are about to relapse, we cooperate with the probation service. And maybe sometimes when we inform probation specialists, we manage to prevent a bigger misfortune from happening, because we do see how people are doing. Thank you. Wonderful. Who else would like to react on risks and benefits? I represent the prosecutor's office. In fact, the idea to rehabilitate people in freedom is quite good, but as colleagues have said, not every individual can really be released early, because they will not be stopped. We really have to assess carefully what offense they have committed. Serial killer or sexual offender cannot be released so easily, because they can find ways of committing new crimes even with a bracelet, because we can only monitor their location but not their actions. Thank you. I see more people willing to comment. Thank you. I'm Laura. I'm working in Oslo in probation. I would like to reply to your question with another question. What's the use of prisons? What are the pluses and minuses? I believe that we have to speak here about the essence of alternative sanctions, namely that alternative sanctions are also punishment, and punishment is the restriction of freedom in our age and day. So electronic monitoring also restricts a person's freedom, and this is a punishment in itself. Now, prison walls are being replaced with technologies, because prisons are closed and people with a bracelet are available for working with them. When they are that means that when they are serving their sentence, it's easier to access them and work with them. And all the examples that have been mentioned then become feasible, because one day those people will still be free and will become our neighbors. Thank you. Simonas, I can't give the microphone back to you.
Just have a question to all of the members in the panel, because all countries are different, and I heard the numbers from 30 to over 1,000 clients. And my question is, how is the staff ratio here in the different countries? Because I guess many of you have really big challenges with supervision and follow-ups.
Could you briefly just sum up in 3-5 minutes maximum?
If you could answer very briefly.
Staff ratio, in Latvian probation, every year we work with 16,000 clients in various functions, not only supervision. Totally, within our service, we have employed 450 staff members, including headquarters. That would be one staff member per 35 client cases, if I could say. But on community supervision, every probation case manager has approximately 20-30 clients. If higher risk, it could be 10. It depends on what we know about client and his needs.
Taip, tai trumpai.
Very briefly, on average, we have about 30 clients per officer.
On that question, my staff, probation staff, don't like technique, don't like electronic monitoring, but I'm lucky because the electronic monitoring now is the part of a job of other service, so we can just assist and we can focus on a treatment, continue our work with treatment on offender, not about technique.
Yeah, and as for France, it's an average, yeah? You'll say one probation officer's got about 77, but it's an average, and we are all aware that working with someone with got a community sentence, like unpaid work, like a probation, EM, it depends actually on their needs, and so a sexual offender might require just way more work, so it depends, but the average is 77. So we got, and I guess this workload, caseload, this is a big issue all over Europe, actually, and actually CIP is working on this topic with the expert group just creating and to think hard on this topic, actually.
Yeah. And just to add, in Croatia, per officer, we have around, on national level, 60 cases. It include community work, suspended sentence, and everything.
And in Norway, it's considerably lower. It's like less than 20, more like 15.
Thank you very much. Now we should finish. I had a task to summarize, but there is no time for that. I just want to say that first I am happy that my opinion or our opinion as academics are very similar to opinion of practitioners. So it's really the good thing, I think, and just that, I want to thank you very much for your contributions, for your insights. I am sure we really had a good time and very many more benefits than challenges listening you. Thank you.
I would like to get a selfie of this panel discussion.
You would like to have a selfie, okay?
Please stand up.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sirs, for your contribution and just family photo. And let me say in one sentence, I very love Irman's slogan to see more humans in humans. Thank you so much to see more humans in the prisoners. Let me invite you to have lunch downstairs in the restaurant. Apačioje restorane pietus, grįžtam po valandos. 13:10 mėginkim.
Let us come back at 1:10.
Continue on in the form of the dialogue.
Sankcijų sistemą sukalibruoti išmintingai, kokius galbūt dalykus reikėtų įvertinti, man labai malonu. Prokuroras grįžo ir teisėjų turim šiek tiek galbūt išplėsti.
I'm happy to see the courts and prosecutors here, so we will expand on our discussions and will take a look from another perspective about what's happening and how we could view alternative sanctions. I'd like now to introduce and give the floor to Dr. Gabriela Jotkaitė-Granskienė. She is the chairperson of the Criminal Cases Department of the Supreme Court of Lithuania, and she will tell us, together with her colleague Asta Benetytė, about the outlook of judges. Thank you very much. Guests, colleagues, organizers, I am very grateful for the opportunity to take part in this event. As I was listening to the first part of the conference, I was thinking to myself that maybe these ideas should be broadcasted to a wider audience, because as we have been discussing, the understanding that this attitude that we can only feel safe when inmates are in the prison should change, and we should encourage the early release institute, the probation institute, to look and focus more on alternative sanctions. Together with my colleague, we maybe deviated a little bit from the topic, because alternative sanctions and electronic monitoring are interrelated, but alternative sanctions are a much broader topic than has been so far the focus of your discussions about electronic monitoring and electronic monitoring system. However, from the bird's eye view, the picture is different from the view that you have about what the courts are maybe doing not in the right way. So it is important to have broad discussions on these issues also in the wider community. When this topic was suggested and formulated, I was asked, how are alternative sanctions related to a just punishment, and what could be said about alternative sanctions in this context? When, together with my colleague, we started looking into this, we realized that there is a direct link, and these two institutions cannot exist one without the other. Why do I say this? Me and my colleague, we are both practitioners and theoreticians, so our presentation is based more on the doctrine with certain practical examples. And Lithuania is a rule of law. And in such a state, everybody has their statutory rights. And if our rights are violated, or we are accused of violating some other rights, we have the right to be heard. We have the right to a fair trial. We follow the European principle of the right to a fair trial. And in the Constitutional Court jurisprudence, the explanation is that we shouldn't limit ourselves only with the person's right to defense or violations of personal rights, but even when people are found guilty, they have the right to a just punishment. So this principle also contains the element of a just punishment. Another important aspect is that in order for the punishment to be just, in order for the court to take such a decision, we have to have a punishment system that would allow us to achieve this, taking into account several aspects. For example, that the court should have the possibility to assess specific circumstances of the case, a specific person. As has been mentioned in the discussion, we are turning to the situation that our offenders are no longer regarded as objects, but as subjects.
Human being, and we relate him or her to a human being and not to some object. And all the restrictions that he or she is experiencing during the proceedings or after the sentence has been attributed have to be selected carefully. And we need to do that when executing justice. And this is related to just punishment. The right to fair punishment. We have lots of provisions of the criminal code that establishes the purposes of the punishment, of the sentence, because it's not only related to punishment, but also resocialization, also preventing from further crimes, and which should be adequate and just with regard to that person. Of course, I'm being a bit idealistic, but if we ask the sanctioned persons, not everybody would say that the punishment was fair. But we aim that the sentence that later on is going to be, the person who's going to be assessed later on could say that the punishment was fair or just. We could make it not as harsh by electronic monitoring means or other some kind of measures, and to return that person to the society by reducing the risk for him or her to be re-punished. We will not eliminate the risks, but such efforts should be really with purpose. We would come back to the same thing. The main point in this slide would be that the system of punishments and the possibility to choose for the courts is that we could opt for a punishment that is necessary. The Supreme Court speaks about case practice, about case law, general rules, but in the system of courts, we speak about every individual case. And this is where everything starts, that in every case we're speaking about an individual case. And this is how we see a different principle, the principle where the punishment is made individual. If we were to speak about the making the sanction individual, we might criticize this institute, we might accept it as a given, but it goes down to two elements that are very important in choosing, picking the fair punishment, be it an alternative punishment or detention, as we perceive it in our language. So later on we will speak about that, how we perceive it in general, broad or a very narrow sense. But here we have the main element that determines the individualization of a punishment is how the activity was really serious or dangerous, and individual assessment of a person. So we have to speak about the individual assessment of a person, and the very recent case, unfortunate case, shows how individual assessment could outweigh the individual decisions by courts. On the other hand, in the Court of Appeals, in different complaints, we think that the one who cooperated, received a smaller punishment than myself. Is it okay? Or there should be a collective punishment if one can say so. The Constitutional Court case law and Supreme Court case law shows that in making it individual, every person in every case is assessed individually. We don't have collective responsibility, we have an individual one. And the punishment is selected on an individual basis. Our main idea or conclusion of this slide would be that despite the fact how much we could criticize detention as a punishment, there is no good or bad punishment. They have to be fair. Without isolating a person in certain cases, or without having such technologies that you can disconnect from services, a person will not, the person will commit crime. So we have to isolate sometimes a person. And I think the Ministry of Justice, reviewing systemically the penal code, helps the courts to interpret and apply the courts the alternative sanctions, not only detention. If we were to speak about alternative sanctions, let me remind to you a very good article of penal code about the types of punishments that are part and parcel of the penal code. So we have a choice. Sometimes making the punishment individual is not the best choice. For example, the court might assign public works, but later on they are asked to be replaced by monetary fee or sanction or arrest. A person might understand this alternative differently than the courts. As I've already mentioned, in our human language, we understand alternative punishment other than detention. And we were to speak about from legal regulation point of view, such alternative sanctions are interpreted in a broader sense. The types of punishment not related to detention, as well as tools that can replace or change the detention or help to implement certain punishments, such as detention, that helps with electronic monitoring if need be. So indeed, we have quite good Supreme law, case law, which is quite recent, that discusses in a way the system of detention and says that applying detention, a real detention to the convict should be last resort and should be discussed together with alternative sanctions. So some courts maybe took that into account, some others but didn't. But we have a quite recent amendment of Article 75, where the courts are obliged, if they apply detention, have to motivate why the postponement of detention is not applied. So here, the courts have to discuss the necessity to apply real detention or partial detention or execution of that detention. And there are problems in that as well. So National Court Administration took the data about the types of punishment and that are most popular. We have to, I think, be happy that we have penal, not penal, but monetary sanction, then detention or restriction of liberty is the punishment where we have the possibility to apply electronic monitoring and other tools that are in a way help the person to be free with certain restrictions that are needed for him or her. And they are related to different commitments that the courts might assign without not approach a person, live separately, take part in programs, as well as electronic monitoring. Prison service, I think, spoke about that indeed we have examples when those who have electronic monitoring can live next to the place of where the liberty is restricted, working mothers, mothers with children, and they can use this modern technology that enables to control their behavior in the society. If we were to speak about e-monitoring or the alternative sanctions, colleague Donatas, I think, mentioned that back in 2012, we got real legal basis for this sanction, not actually sanction, but electronic monitoring. And as you said, the examples that you provided from Lithuanian practice and from foreign practice is a case in point of the advancement that we can notice. And we are a bit stagnated in a way where the society, the overall society that has a very similar understanding that detention is the most efficient tool. But in our discussions and also once we receive information, there is a change in thinking, and I think that we can be happy about that. And just a few interesting charts. One is a repetitive one. Persons who for whom the punishment is postponed. Here we have big figures, or that are released from criminal liability. So here you see the attribution of detention that has a limited period of time. And here we see figures 54 every year. Very interesting figure. The Supreme Court does not have the practice where such a tool was not applied, what motives were. We can't explain really this passive opportunity. but we don't have concrete figures, we don't have concrete case law. And my last slide, what is the future? We have legal regulation improvement, and it goes hand in hand with a liberal practice in terms of alternatives. We do have certain remarks, comments for the system of justice. We sometimes don't know whether the courts will be able, once the rules are mitigated, they are more lenient, will be able to review their workload. But we welcome all the initiatives, and if the cooperation is closer, then we can do a lot. I don't think that practitioners should find it difficult to work. I don't really want your questions, but I really thank you for your attention. Thank you, Gabriela, very much. When you are in court, then you can decide whether you want questions or not. You are not a judge here. Well, thank you very much for such good feedback from the side of a judge. I have a question, and not even one, but this is my work, but maybe you have questions. The prosecutor always has questions. Since prosecutors are not always allowed to question the court, I use this opportunity today. My question is not of a legal nature, but food for thought. Gabriela was very exhaustive in her presentation that penal code does not provide not only detention, but also other punishments or sanctions. But what is bad is the approach of the society to criminal justice. The society wants punishment. If a person committed a crime, they need to go behind the bars. And if there is alternative or sanction or public works, I think we get very mixed feelings. There are lots of systems there. If a person is exempt from criminal liability, people think that he is free to go and do anything. No, alternative sanction was applied, and in one corruption case, court assigned monetary punishment sanction. And I heard one listener who called the radio presenter and said, I know now I need to pay and I'm free from any criminal liability. So this is the understanding of our society. My question is not really legal. Okay, education is needed in the society, but we need to change the approach that punishment is not only the detention. The society needs to be satisfied. The side is not happy because they were imposed non-alternative sanction. How could we satisfy the society so the society knows the person is held liable? Yes, thank you very much for such a question. And this is how we understand that we need to change the perception. We have procedural things that depend on our thinking, and I've mentioned this particular case. And we have different stereotypes in general. And as we discussed, in the case of this particular case, well, I think when we educate, we need to calculate as well. You assign a sanction, monetary sanction, which should be compatible to giving the bribe, to the sum of the bribe, and then you focus on the fact that the society will not need to pay for the person imprisoned, and the taxpayers will get a return. We could do a lot without. People could invest into the state could invest in other things. Yes, you would need to think about how much benefit we get. That's true. As a journalist, I think it's very difficult for people to see what this saving means. But just for the very end, I would like to ask you, Romas is speaking from Latvia, colleague, and in one or another sense, you have the right to decide on a very important thing, on the future of a person. What we speak about electronic sanctions, and I have a question. I do understand that if you start mitigating the punishment always, you always have this question that this person might reoffend. You see, it might seem funny, might look funny, but many people have these different ideas. How do you feel? How are you feeling when the society says, please give me more as a prosecutor? But this is also not a very good, so to say, solution. So I don't know, maybe electronic systems could help here. Maybe they could do something. Is there such a pressure? Well, my career, fortunately, does not depend on my answer now. So I will be very frank. Well, we don't know how are you going to answer. Well, why we are always wondering about the independence of the judge, objective judgment. It all goes down to who and to what extent can influence. We cannot just not listen to the society, to the media. We hear the expectations of the society, and these decisions are not easy, even though they respond to the expectation of the society. We might sound as idealists, but we have to behave as professionals. And the assessment of proof is with consequences. It has to be fair, and we have to abide by the laws. So if the expectation is not justified, maybe there are certain problems with the laws or with procedural things, because the decision is up to the court. But the problem is how the proceedings are organized, and lots of institutions come in force here. We all have the same material, we view it differently, but maybe this is the issue of professionalism, being able to limit yourself, be strong and fair. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and the colleague for cooperation. O dabar pereisiu prie anglų.
Prosecutor from from West Police District, Norway. And his presentation entitled Need for an Increased Focus on Alternative Sanctions from the Prosecutor's Perspective. Floor is yours.
Thank you
Nice
so much.
To meet you. It's not
Thank
your
you.
first time in Vilnius?
It's my first time.
First.
It's my first, but it will not be my last, for sure. Thank you first and foremost for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to share with you some reflections and ideas on alternative sanctions. My background for having an opinion in this matter is that I have been a prosecutor since 1994, 30 years ago. I have also been working in the district court as an assistant judge, and I have been working abroad for quite a few years in Eastern Europe. I spent more than 4 years in the Republic of Moldova. I was 2 years in Ukraine up till February 2022. And I've also been a part of various programs within the Norway grants system in Zagreb, Croatia, in Romania, and also in Bulgaria. So I'm happy to add on my list also Lithuania in this matter. What you see here is early community sanctions, isn't it? But to use Iman's picture, this is a broken car and it can't be fixed, for sure. But 2 centuries ago, this was quite usual. And in some European countries, even much later. Luckily, there is progress in how we conduct sanctions, criminal sanctions. I will concentrate on front door, because that's my role as a prosecutor. But I also have a small agenda on the notion alternative sanctions. To be honest, I don't like it. Why? At least in Norway, most of the community sanctions, they are main punishments themselves in the criminal code. Community service, for example. That is a main punishment. It's not an alternative to anything. And by calling it alternative, it gives less weight than what it is an alternative to. And if you have community service in Norway, only if you breach the conditions, imprisonment is the alternative. So it is about degrading the concept of these type of sanctions. I know it's kind of internationally acknowledged. I still like to challenge it. I will in the presentation use alternative sanctions, but we could, I think a better concept is community sanctions. Community sanctions. They are carried out in a community. I was asked to say something about the need for an increased focus and increased use, of course. Let me emphasize, just to have it clear once and for all, it's about increased use in the correct cases. There is an absolute foundation that unconditional imprisonment still is needed, it's necessary in a lot of the most severe cases. But I still think that we have, all of us, quite a big potential of finding alternative to detention. We have had, you will see, we had a rather large development of increasing the toolbox in the Norwegian penal system over the last 30 years. Well, since I started. In addition to having this, of course, legally regulated, we also, that's my statement, that we had a progressive Supreme Court who, through their decisions, were quite positive to the legal changes implemented by the legislators. We also have had a general prosecutor who followed up this, giving the instructions of the use of alternative sanctions towards the prosecutors. And by doing this, I think that we have reached a level which, well, we still have a way to go, but it has increased. And to find the correct type of punishment, I think we always should ask ourselves, why do we actually punish? What is the purpose of punishment, criminal punishment. And how can we achieve these goals best? I will not list through them, but these are to prevent the unwanted behavior is the overarching goal. And we have to take into account both individual prevention and the general prevention. The discouraging effect on the public as such. I used to say that maybe the general prevention has its biggest use in cases, road traffic. Actually, that's where we always tend to be careful if we think we can get caught. This is a list of penal sanctions in Norway. It's not complete, but it contains the most used criminal sanctions. The waiver of prosecution and down to the preventive detention, which is when we had this terrorist attack in 2011, the guy who committed that is in preventive detention. It can be theoretically prolonged for life. When I started law school, I think we had the fine, prison. We didn't have preventive detention, but we had for those who are mentally not punishable. And we had the suspended sentence also in combination with imprisonment. All the others have been added to the criminal Norwegian system since I started law school. And that is, it tells a lot about development over the last few decades. Let me say, you don't see electronic monitoring here because legally that is a part of imprisonment. It is about how to serve the imprisonment sentence. To raise awareness, I just want, well, for some of you, this is like ABC. But for others, just to go through the sketch of how is a penalty in a concrete case decided. What is the methodology that the prosecutor and also the judges will use before we decide what should be the result? In any criminal case, we will always start, of course, with the qualification of the crime. We will look into the objective severity and the degree of subjective guilt. These are decisive for putting the case in some kind of legal landscape. Aggravating, mitigating circumstances, the general and individual deterrence, and what has been the guidelines from, well, in Norway, from the Supreme Court related to this. And then we end up with this personal circumstances to see, can an alternative sanction be in question here? It's a complex procedure. It has a lot of elements under each and every one of these bullet points, but it has to be done systematically so that we at least try to deal with similar cases in a similar manner. Njål mentioned in the panel debate, the courts only decide the type of penalty and the frame, for example, on community service. The content is decided by the probation or the correctional services. Also, the availability and use of electronic monitoring if the sentence is within the frame that is put up in the law. Now, it used to be 120 days, which was kind of the maximum limit. If you were sentenced up to 120 days in prison. A few years ago, 2 years ago, I think it was increased to 6 months. So this tells me, and also the development of the various alternative sanctions is that when we first tried, it was about mediation in the late 80s and the community service, community sanctions in the early 90s, the evaluations have shown that it works. We reach many of the goals that we have set when it comes to what is the wish to achieve, the results to achieve for punishment. Why do we punish? And then it has developed. The last ones are the juvenile penalties, which came just a few years ago, which now is also a set of different punishments specially designed for them. Personally, I think they will be developed also for young adults in the future. So, why the alternatives to prison? It's about having a toolbox which allows us to individualize the punishment. Risks and needs. What have you done? What is a fair result? All with the aim of resocialization. We all know, it has been mentioned here, the decrease of the prison population, cost effectiveness. For us as lawyers, it's like, wrong answer to a legal question. But this is a reality that has hit us all, and I think rightly so. In the end, we used to say in Norway, who would you like to have as your neighbor after the sentence has been served? Somebody who has been under a rehabilitation in the community already, or somebody who has been locked up and just released? For me, it's an easy answer to that question. Does it work? This is from 2021, I think it is. I got it from KDI. Recidivism, according to different types of criminal sanctions. Electronic monitoring. This is after the punishment is given. And 2, 3, 4, 5 years, if they are registered within the community, within the correctional service, 2, 3, 4, or 5 years after the first sentence. And you see, the community sentence and the prison, it's approximately, I think it's 26.1% after 5 years. Of course, those who are convicted to a community sentence are less likely to do new crimes because they have been convicted of not so serious crimes at the beginning. But still, the recidivism rate in Norway is very low internationally, if you compare it internationally. What actually impresses me most is the result that the probation service and the courts managed to get on the drug court programs. A recidivism rate after 5 years of approximately 63%. These are the clients, without exceptions, the most heavy recidivists that we have over years before they get this type of program. The recidivism rate is 100 before this sanction, without any exception. That's why they get enrolled into these programs. And to reduce that by more than a third, I think is quite some achievement. It surprised me when I saw it first time, but a lucky surprise, a nice surprise. Finally, I will say something about cooperation. All these different types of sanctions with different stakeholders having a share in each and every one of them, where everything has to kind of be rolled out before the court systematically with high quality, that demands good cooperation between the others, the other participants. So, between the probation and the prosecution, which I have closest to heart, it's important for me to say that this is an interaction between two autonomous authorities. I have absolutely no control over the probation service. no function. I can't give them orders. They are totally independent from me and should be. They are responsible for their own tasks. They are responsible for their own results and the quality of what they deliver. So a respect for each other's different roles is necessary. But we need to find a way to work together for a common goal, to enlighten the case as much as possible. To be able to get there, we need to trust each other. For me, as a prosecutor, I trust the probation officer involved in my cases 100%. I make sure that they have a mandate. For example, when it comes to a pre-sentence report, I give them a mandate of what I would like them to elaborate on. Why do I need this pre-sentence report? What type of alternative sanctions do I see can come? They will elaborate, and I will do my utmost to have them started as early as possible so that they don't get in some kind of time squeeze to finalize because the court hearing is next week. We need to talk together, we need to plan together, and we need to communicate to be able to have the courts given the best possible product to give a correct decision. So it's about trust, it's about competence. When it comes to the correctional services in Norway, I don't think I have to say very much about it. You see the autonomy they have when it comes to even deciding on electronic monitoring. I think pretty much all public authorities in Norway have given these type of competence, material competence to the correctional services because we know they have the competence, they have the skills to give the correct decisions that we want. Respect, communication, two other keywords. It's quite obvious, but it's something that needs to be, you can't just decide on cooperation. It's on a day-to-day basis. It's between people. It is all about finding the right platform from each stakeholder. How should we enroll this case so that the product is best possible? I'm a lucky prosecutor in Norway. When we built a new house for the prosecutor and the police a few years ago, who came with us? The probation. So we are in the same building. We can go and eat lunch with them whenever we want. But so some of my prosecutors say that I'm a result of a bad working environment. We have them around me all the time. But I am so with pleasure, really. But of course, that's a very nice situation to be in when it comes to building trust, building respect, and of course to have flawless communication. We have some systematic meeting points over the year. We have an advisory board, we have an annual conference where the whole judicial chain is present. We have regular meetings, of course, both with the prosecution and also between the police and the probation. Finally, competence and trust, keywords in any cooperation. I think, and it's sometimes under-communicated, individual approach in the sentencing process. As I say, we know that some cannot be rehabilitated. We should, and I agree. So we should not push this too far. As I started with, unconditional imprisonment for sure is some alternative that we still need in the right cases and for the right persons. And in Norway, at least, we are not in any way totally free in how we decide on the penalties. We have limits in the law, but even more, we have limits in the decisions from our Supreme Court, which we have a moderate case law tradition in Norway, but it binds both me and the lower courts in what type of cases, for example, can be relevant for alternative sanctions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Bjorn. Thank you. I have a challenge because we are on a time limit, and maybe we could agree to leave the questions later on.
No problem.
During the panel, okay?
That's fine.
Thank you so much. Ačiū, mes šiek tiek atsiliekam laike, tai gal.
Thank you very much. We are lagging behind, so in order to save time, let us postpone some of the questions to the discussion part. And now I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Simonas Nikartas. He will tell us about the effectiveness of electronic monitoring. 20 minutes for you, and then we'll break for coffee.
Good afternoon. I will speak in Lithuanian this time. It's going to be easier. With my presentation, I would like to speak about the efficiency of e-monitoring, and I will try to respond to a question when EM works and can be efficient, as well as the principles of efficiency, the conditions for EM. In my presentation, I will start from this view or image. Why do you think I'm putting this picture up? This is not medication. I thought, what could be an example of a system that would be guided by the principles of efficiency? And I suddenly thought about pharmaceuticals. You need to treat their not the symptoms, but the cause of the disease. We all know that in medicine and pharmacy, until the drug reaches the society, how many clinical trials are carried out, whether this drug is really efficient, does it have any side effects? And the system itself is guided by the principles of efficiency. I have a dream as a scientist that such an approach, such thinking, is also enshrined in the penitentiary system, also crime prevention system. Before we implement this measure, we should be thinking whether this measure is efficient and affects the roots, the cause. Quite often, our measures are guided by different presumptions. Maybe it's efficient, maybe not. And here, a person will not die. It's not like in medicine. Imagine a doctor that prescribes medication and says, I don't know what is going to work. Maybe you'll have some side effects. Maybe you are not going to die. If not, we will treat you in hospital. Imagine your reaction. Would you go to such a doctor? Would you ask for treatment? So when we speak about the society, we would also, it's merely a dream that the society understands, perceives that the problem, that non-treating the problem can cause different side effects. Let us take a look at EM information leaflet, or what are the aims of EM? The same or not maybe the main ones? What data we have, what scientific data we have, whether they prove to be efficient. And one of the aims is that electronic monitoring is aimed at reducing recidivism. And another aim is to reduce imprisonment, the number of inmates, Also to reduce the expenditure on prisons. Another aim is that e-monitoring can encourage the resocialization of persons. First of all, let us discuss the aim of recidivism, reduction of repeat offending. Well, there is one problem with research here. Very often we are measuring the registered amount of crimes. Registered meaning the crimes that are available to the institutions, and we don't know about the offenses that are not being registered. I give such an example to my students. Imagine we have two convicts. We have probation, EM, and one commits 10 crimes and none is disclosed, and another does 2 and both are recorded. Which ones do you think will fall into the statistics? Well, we will see that in this case the tool was not efficient, and this is this good guy. No crimes were registered, but maybe he committed many more crimes. This is the problem with registered crimes when we are using them to establish the level of recidivism, repeat offense. And scientists question this recidivism. Many say that maybe we need to focus on the focus of resocialization, which is easier to measure. Another question is that surveys demonstrate that in certain cases this repeat offending is reduced when we speak about e-monitoring, but this happens in cases that when e-monitoring is applied with other measures, employment programs, resocialization measures. And I got to know a quite recent Norwegian survey, and scientists make an assumption that in the first years their rate of recidivism was lower, a few percentage points. But this is the assumption that these persons were free, monitored, and they did not drop out of the labor market. And they had the motivation not to reoffend. But here one might ask, what is really efficient? E-monitoring or other probation tools? When we can't really decipher, maybe other tools of probation are efficient. Third question is, do we really need intense monitoring if other measures are really efficient? And this is an open question. Maybe we don't have enough data to really think about what is really efficient. Professor Dunkel is also asking what is really working, what programs and e-monitoring can work as a deterrent. A person knowing that he might be observed might not want to reoffend because they know their crime will be disclosed. But talking about this deterrent effect, here we also have to raise the issue of making it individual. talking about whether we are monitoring all gummy bears or only that red one. So the issue of individualization is if we really want to deter from certain crimes, we need to individualize what type of crimes. Maybe the crimes related to a certain extent to the movement of a person. For example, a person is prone to nightlife and they make a lot of mistakes and they steal and so on and so forth. Or they act as deterrent. In Germany, EM is applied only to high-risk people, where there is a certain fear that they might be violent, and there is this grounds to think that they will really be violent, or they, for example, harass a prosecutor. So for them, it's forbidden to go to certain places, or the territories are marked where they can go or no. I think in such cases, we can speak about efficiency. When we really focus on that red gummy bear, that causes certain problems. Imagine a person is sentenced for fraudulent accounting, and then you put an e-bracelet. Is it efficient? Maybe. Maybe it's efficient. Maybe one could say that this person will be more disciplined, but you can commit certain crimes easily without going home, being observed or not. And we have very little research on that, whether this individual approach is working. I do believe that like in medicine, we need to look at the cause and effect. If a person has a certain risk that can be managed, yes. If not, maybe we would need to look at other measures. Another goal is the reduction of a number of inmates. E-monitoring might reduce the overcrowdedness, the overpopulation, and act as alternative. I think that alternative measures could be the ones that replace this stricter punishment. When you replace the punishment with a more lenient measure, like we have the postponement of the detention. The court sanctions you with detention and replaces it with it being served in freedom. So only when then we can speak about the reduction of number of inmates as the one replacing when there is this detention and it is replaced. Then we can speak about the control measure as an additional measure. And then we can speak about the punitive control or net widening. The aim to reduce costs. Yes, data shows that e-monitoring, when it is there, it is cheaper than imprisonment. You don't need a research for that. Only when it replaces imprisonment. If not, then it's a very expensive measure. It's not cheap because it costs a lot. And it's more expensive than other probation measures. In such a case, it is even more expensive. Then we do not save on anything. And another issue that is not being raised, but we only consider two alternatives, imprisonment and e-monitoring. It's cheaper, but we don't. Maybe there are certain other alternatives. Maybe there is data that other probation measures are effective as well. And then we can apply alternative measures when there are no other measures, and then we can speak about the saving on e-monitoring. Also side effects. EM has its side effects, and this is also related to the aim of resocialization. The data shows that e-monitoring is a kind of stigma or putting labels. So we see a very clear label because we have a bracelet. Other people see this bracelet, and that affects the convict and also the society. This is a kind of stigma. They feel as they're being marked, labeled, they see increased attention, they are socially isolated. And we carried out a survey on the experience of punishments among women, of sanctions. And those who had electronic monitoring isolated themselves because they were afraid of this double punishment. They reduced social connections. They are afraid of losing work, especially if they work in the field of service provision, because everybody sees that you were punished. This is why they feel this inner frustration, fear, and one of the most frequent fears is that people are afraid of being punished. And they feel this anxiety. And then there is a question whether e-monitoring in such a case promotes resocialization or maybe on the other hand obstructs from finding work, increases victimization, because being in a community is a part of socialization. When a person is a fully fledged member, is also has contacts in the society. So one may ask whether this side effect, main side effect, is an obstacle, is a challenge to implement the most important objective, to aim for socialization. And of course, I don't really want to say that in all cases we shouldn't be applying monitoring, But here I'm talking when they are not applied on an individual basis for those who don't have high risk, who who have enough other measures. So in this case, we have the side effect. In medicine, we also have certain diseases where we need drastic measures. Chemotherapy, for example, to treat cancer, but for every disease, we do not apply chemotherapy. E-monitoring should also be treated as detention, as one of the last measures, ultima ratio, a tool that should be applied only when there is a high risk, when this person poses high risk. And to conclude, a few key principles of EM, or conditions when EM could be efficient. There should be alternative to imprisonment, replacement to imprisonment. Then it can reduce the overpopulation of inmates. And of course, we can then live with this side effect, but it's better than being in prison. Then we can talk about the efficiency of this measure. As data shows, it should be applied together with other resocialization measures. Only then it is efficient. And here we're also talking about reoffending. It has to be individualized and applied to those who have a risk in, let's say, moving around, and then we need to manage this risk by EM. And also when there are no other efficient alternatives. There are no community measures or sanctions. So when there are no alternatives in the community, then we can speak about the efficiency of this measure from the economic point of view. Not only thinking that it is cheaper than imprisonment, but also more efficient than other tools in the community. Thank you very much.
Labai ačiū Simonai jums, ačiū tikrai.
Thank you, Simonas, for this academic approach towards these difficult choices and alternatives. If you have very quick questions or reactions, very brief questions or reactions, or a comment, then fire away. But if I see no hands, let us break for coffee and let us be back in 20 minutes at 14:50 in 20 minutes. Then we will have a lively interactive panel discussion.
Wish fruitful and energetic panel discussion and give microphone to Kim Enhogen, Director of International Unit of the Directorate of Norwegian Correctional Service. Stage is yours.
Thank you very much. You still alive? Live and kicking? Full of energy? Yes. That's good. Welcome to the last session of the day. Some have left, I understand that. But to understand the room better, we need to know who you are. So who are coming from the probation service? You do like this. Okay. Prosecutor office. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good. Judge. Have a judge in the room. 1, 2. Good. Police. No. NGOs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. from the Ministry of Justice. Good. Correctional service. Prison. Yeah. Good. Offenders. Huh? Offenders. So yeah, offenders. Yeah. But really, we have. I think we have two in the room. You look like a criminal. No, Imans, I'm joking with you. You will take it. But you said something very interesting earlier today. You said that all prisoners in Norway have their own key. Remember? It was strange to see that all prisoners had their own key to the door. We are not that naive in Norway that we give them their own key. But they have their own key. They have. But we also have the master key, the officers. So we give them the private key so they can close the doors to have privacy. So the other inmates don't steal their stuff in the cell. So they can lock it and open the door. So they have key, that's right, Imans. My name is Kim Ekhaugen. I'm Director of International Cooperation in the Correctional Service in Norway. Worked with Lithuania for 10 years now. Yesterday we had a big conference here, final conference, with the Norway grants, EEA grants, very good one, where we talked about the results and how we can learn from each other and do things smarter. And that was a good experience. I will not elaborate on that, but we had a good day. Now we are here, and it's the last session. Some of you are tired probably, but anyway, full spirit, last hour. We are working with 8 countries in total, and it's all about the same thing in all countries, same challenges. Probation service, correctional service, NGOs, judiciary, the cooperation in general, it's all about the same thing. We have the same challenges. And now we will continue to talk about something that we have talked about the whole day. And some of the things that we have heard earlier today will overlap because we had the last session. Some of this you have heard before, and hopefully something new. And I, as a moderator, my goal is to try to be smart and create good questions to the panel. Some of the questions, actually all of the questions, have been answered already in different presentations and also in the panel. But I, of course, have prepared something, but I will need some help. So each one of you should go into your own brain, think about one question or 2 questions that you can save for later. I know that Björn finalized his presentation without any questions because the time didn't allow it. So each one of you find one question. And I can walk around and I ask each one of you, because then you have prepared at later stage. I will save 15 minutes at the end for questions anyway. Is that the deal? Yes. A good deal, yeah? And I will do it like this. I will have a short introduction, and then I will let the panel introduce themselves one by one, except Björn, you have already done it. So we get to know them better, their background, why they're here, and so on. And then we will continue with our conversation. And I will try to do it as a conversation. So if someone says something in the panel, the other one can overlap and so on. So you see how that goes. You know, it takes 1.5 hours to fly from Oslo to Lithuania. That's not a long distance, but we're having different practices, different culture. We're doing things differently. What we hope with this session is to show you how things are done in Norway and how things are done in Lithuania. And many of the decisions made by judges in Lithuania are made by the correctional service in Norway. You will hear the differences. And many countries are struggling with overcrowding. Many countries are struggling with that. In Norway, you know how we solved it in Norway some years ago? We had a waiting list. People were waiting to serve their sentence outside the prison, and they were called in when there were available cells. Sounds strange, because many countries, they just double up, triple up, and overcrowd the prisons. But lucky for us, lucky for the society, lucky for the prisoner, lucky for everyone. We had different governments. They stick to the rule that one person in one cell. We have some double cells, some triple cells, but very few. But even though we had a waiting list, they didn't double bunked the cell, and we're very happy for that. But those who are in this waiting list were not dangerous for the society. We're not dangerous. They've done a crime and ended up in the waiting list. The dangerous one, they go to prison, of course, but in the waiting list, it was not dangerous persons. The most dangerous persons are still outside anyway. There are more criminals outside waiting for the police to catch them. And most of the prisoners, that's my experience because I worked almost 40 years in the prison service, most of the prisoners are not dangerous. But some are, and that's another story. And I heard the numbers today. Was it close to 77,000 in a few years on bracelets?
17,000.
Yeah, but in the future?
In the future?
Yeah?
Yes. In the future, 20.
Yeah. That's close to 80,000. And there are some international experts saying that, well, now the last few years we have talked about overcrowding. And now the new term is over supervision. Think about it, over supervision. Are we doing it too much in the future or not? That's just a question. In Norway, the prison and probation are under the same umbrella. We're working hand in hand. It's not two separate organizations, but we're working together every day in prison and probation. So that was my short introduction, and now we'll start the conversation. I need a microphone because I would like to sit down there. So I was wondering if we can start with Jørn. Can you introduce yourself and say a little bit about who you are and so on?
Absolutely, thank you. My name is Jørn, and I'm a judge from the district court in the western part of Norway, one of the smallest district courts. I've been a judge for nearly 5 years now, and prior to this I was mainly a prosecutor. I was a colleague with Bjørn for like 13 years, and I also worked abroad for a year and a half in Moldova as a rule of law advisor to the Norwegian rule of law mission there. Yeah, so that's my background.
Thank you very much. Johan?
Hello, my name is Johan. I'm the manager of an NGO called Wayback in Norway. I introduced the organization yesterday, but can just shortly tell that it's an organization that consists of formerly incarcerated people. We are using our experience from our own transition from prison to society. And apart from that, I also have been in home detentions. I know something about that. And we also have a good collaboration with the probation office, which I will tell more about later on.
Thank you. And then it's Katarzyna.
Labadiena. Good afternoon. I am Katarzyna Stachowska. I work in the Lithuanian probation service. I started working in the penitentiary system 20 years ago. I started as an inspector, and as I climbed the career ladder, I personally had a chance to try out, in fact, all the functions carried out by the correctional officers: control, resocialization. And as I started my work here 20 years ago, I had just finished penitentiary law studies, and the work back then did not look anything like what we studied at school. It was mostly about control. But I'm very happy that step by step we started working with the behavioral correction of inmates. We started assessing risks. We even achieved electronic monitoring. And the things that we are discussing here today make me really very happy. I'm very happy to see the progress.
Pronounce this, Dovele. Good.
Thank you.
I am Dovile. I am the director of Kaunas County Men's Crisis Center, but these functions are only a part of my work. I am a qualified medical psychologist and psychotherapist, and I work with people. I provide consultations and work with groups. I started working in the NGO in 2005. That was a women's crisis center. In 2007, in one conference organized by the Ministry of the Interior, I got to know the Danish and Swedish representatives, and the Danes invited us and taught us to work according to the program Dialogue Against Domestic Violence. It's an anger management program. And as I was working in the Women's Crisis Center, since women used to speak a lot about their needs, they were also willing to bring over their men. So in 2009, we organized, and I'm one of the founders of the Men's Crisis Center in Kaunas. And since then, the cooperation, we started cooperating with the probation service, and for many years we've helped each other to implement violent behavior correction programs. Some of us have been trained in the prisons department according to intervention programs. And last year, we as partners took part in the probation project. And now we are celebrating the finalization of this project.
My first question is actually to Björn and Jörn. You all heard Björn's presentation where he showed us the different sanctions we have in Norway. And I was thinking we should dig a little bit deeper and be more practical, a practical approach on what's the case flow in Norway from the judge working with the prosecutor and all the way up till that person ends up with an alternative. So I don't know if you can elaborate a little bit around that, Björn and Jörn.
Chronologically, I can maybe start then. It starts with a crime, or at least a suspicion of a crime, as it always does. Of course, as I showed, we have a range of various alternative sanctions, and the minute a crime is committed, a prosecutor will be assigned on the case. For those of you who are in the prosecution, I can inform that in Norway we have a 3-level prosecution, so that my level, we are integrated in the police. I work shoulder to shoulder with the police investigators. We have the chief of police as our common boss. So we are very close. And that means that when a crime is committed, when we have a suspect, when we have some kind of a qualification of the crime, we can start kind of elaborating a little bit on what could be a possible sanction for the crime committed if we can prove it. At that point, we will also start to think, okay, do we need the probation service here for a pre-sentence report? As soon as we have kind of a qualified grounds for suspicion, we may make a document with the charges, and where during the investigation, we will get the probation service on board, where we request a pre-sentence report. I will then give them a mandate saying to what purpose do I request this pre-sentence report. I will give them all the personal information of the suspect. I will give them a copy, a list of their criminal record, the charges, and sometimes also the statement from the suspect, so that the probation officers knows kind of more in depth about this person. I try to do this as quickly as possible to avoid that we file an indictment, we send the case to the court, and then we have to wait for the pre-sentence report, because my experience is they need a few weeks to finalize this in a good manner. And we want to play them as good as possible. Not always do we manage, but this is kind of the setup, the default that we used to play by. I don't always give them a requested time frame for this. I say, if the person is in pretrial detention, I will inform about this, of course, where they can contact him. If not, I will say that this case is probably due to be sent to court within, well, a certain time frame, a month, 2 months, so that they know, okay, how much time do we have to finalize this pre-sentence report. That's on the pre-sentence stage. Of course, we have also collaboration when we come to court, the use of the pre-sentence report, and also when we have violations of conditions. We can maybe get back to that later, but I will then receive a pre-sentence report, which I use as a central document for my preparations before the main hearing in the district court. We have continuous main hearings. That means that if a case takes 2 days, we start on a Monday, we finish on the Tuesday. It continues until, if it lasts for 3 weeks, we still start on a Monday and we stop the Friday 3 weeks after. It's continuous. So, and a pre-sentence report will be documented before the court. In practical, it will be read out. So that you also can have an adversarial process for the defense lawyer there and then. In a few cases, we also ask the probation officer to meet as a professional witness before the court if we want to elaborate on things that are in the pre-sentence report. And then
I don't know, Björn, maybe you could say something about what is the pre-sentence report? Maybe not everyone knows.
Very short. It's a mapping of an individual based on the crime committed and or the crime on which he is charged, and on my mandate. For what purpose do I want this? Is it a mapping of a court-controlled drug program? Is it drunk driving program? Is it community service? What is it? And what parts of his life situation should be elaborated sufficiently, and you have also information from next of kin, parents, teachers, whatever, so that you have a good foundation, which is, in a way, the information is checked and double-checked. So that the quality of the pre-sentence report, to my knowledge, and has been throughout the years I've been working as a prosecutor, has been excellent, I have to say. And is, for me, a very important document in deciding what kind of punishment should I ask for when I come to court.
Exactly, and the pre-sentence report, it's mandatory by law when we're talking about the drug program with the court supervision. Otherwise, also when it comes to community sentence, I don't think it's completely mandatory, but it's usually usually there. So we have the court case. This is the first time often the prosecutor sees the person who is accused, because before this everything is just documents and papers. So you get to know the person in another way. And of course, the judge does. And let's say that this Mr. X is the accused one. The court finds him guilty in, let's say, multiple thefts. Okay. Then it's for the court to decide what's the punishment. And of course, we start out in the list that you previously showed us in the criminal code, where there are different sorts of sanctions. And we have quite a wide judicial discretion when it comes to choosing from this list, but there are of course limitations as well. The most severe offenses, then community sentence is not something that you could apply. If the sentence would be otherwise, if not community sentence, more than 1 year imprisonment, this is the limit, 1 year, then community sentence is no longer applicable. So up to 1 year, and the sentence, if community sentence, it would be up to 420 hours. We would also decide on for what period of time this should be done. And usually it's 1 day per hour, like it would be for like 420 days, right? If it was a full sentence. And there is also a period of time where this will be conducted. Like I said, and then if there are breaches, there is a subsidiary prison sentence. And what I think is important is that both me as the judge and the prosecutor, we play by the same principles, the same rules, which means that if the facts of the case and the law and the guidelines from the Supreme Court of Justice, we have the Supreme Court of Justice as a precedence court, if it all points to that this person should be eligible for community sentence, that is what the prosecutor will ask for. He will not go for the harshest punishment possible, which I know in some countries is not like that. So in the ideal world, if he hits the target, he would give the right suggestion for the punishment, and this is what the punishment would be, because he needs to be objective, like me as a judge. Not the defense lawyer, of course, because he would go for what is the best for his client, so he doesn't need to be objective in the same way. And so let's say this is multiple thefts. Let's say there are no specific rehabilitation situation. This is a person who is an abuser of drugs, for example. He's not motivated for rehabilitation. He's not in the main group for community sentence. Then I would probably go for imprisonment, right? It would be like 6 months imprisonment. And then, of course, now I'm simplifying a lot. But what is, I think you would find a bit strange here in Lithuania is that I might apply 6 years imprisonment after assessing that he is not eligible for community sentence, and then the judgment goes back to the prosecutor, and he would submit it to the correctional service, and the correctional service can decide, well, he should go for electronic monitoring for 6 months. He wouldn't go inside prison at all. And that might be a paradox and might be a bit of a dilemma, because I already decided that community sentence is not applicable. You know, this is not a rehabilitation person, let's say. But then I meet him on the street a couple of months later, and hey, shouldn't you be in prison? No, the correctional service, they told me that I could just stay at home, you know. So, I mean, for me, this is not an issue. It's not a problem. And for most judges and most prosecutors, this is totally acceptable. But of course, looked from outside, it might look a bit strange, right? Yeah.
Comments from Björn and
we had this discussion before. I say some of the judges have a bit old-fashioned approach to what unconditional imprisonment is, because that doesn't, or an unconditional sentence, because that doesn't equal prison. It can also be electronic monitoring in house arrest. So as time goes by, I am quite sure that also the judges will understand that an unconditional sentence doesn't equal that he has to go to prison. You can meet him still the next day in the street. It has also happened that I have asked for a community service, but the court disagrees with me and gives imprisonment. The worst thing is when I ask for an acquittal and they still convict. Also happens sometimes.
But I'd like to add that that one thing that makes sense in this system is that if he's granted electronic monitoring and he breaches the conditions, he don't come back to the court. I mean, he's put back in prison by the correctional service, and that makes sense because the court already decided that imprisonment is the right reaction. So why would he come back here for me to say the same thing once more, right? It doesn't really make sense. So in that perspective, it makes sense that it's not for the court to decide upon the reactions when breaching the conditions for electronic monitoring.
I'd like to add a few words from the point of view of the offender. Had a case now, he was during his sentence in one of the prisons in Norway, and he had one more court case. And then we discussed what to do. And we discussed the different alternative sanctions, because keep in mind, these sanctions are alternative. You can choose, you don't have to. And the offender can, ask for what he feels is right. And we discussed the different alternative sanctions, and we also discussed the risks. What do you want, and do you understand the risks if you don't manage the alternative sanction, that you will return to prison and maybe be worse off, because then you go to higher security instead of low security, where you could start with this kind of sentence. And he said that, no, I would like to have community service. So I had a long discussion with him about the community service, how we can do this and the risks and so on. Then we also spoke to the probation office, who is issuing the report asked by you. So now he got the sentence, and now we are in cooperation again, because now he will do the community service in way back. So this is how this can go around in cooperation with the different actors.
Thank you very much. Just one question to Björn. You mentioned pre-sentence report, and you said that you really don't have a very strict deadline for finalizing the report, or do you have that?
Well, the main hearing will be the deadline. But what I tried to convey was that we try to stress the procedure or send a request so early that it will not be a strain for the probation. But sometimes we are late, and the main hearing is quite around the corner, and so then the deadline gives itself. Everything has to be prepared before the main hearing. But we very often have a good dialogue related to this. We have even had postponements of main hearings due to the possibility of not finishing a qualitatively good report enough before the main hearing. I'm in one case now where there was a main hearing. The court wanted to have a pre-sentence report on a court-controlled drug program. So then you kind of pause the main hearing. You give them the weeks they need, and then you will reassume the main hearing to have this finalized. Very seldom it happens, but also the courts can take the initiative to have these type of reports. And that case shows the flexibility and the importance of such a document, how it's valued in Norway.
Thank you very much. On the Lithuanian side, we don't have a judge or a prosecutor here now, but from your perspective, is it similar to what you hear from Norway, the process?
Yes, indeed. I will not speak a lot about pretrial investigation. I represent probation, but in Lithuania, when a person commits a crime, everything starts from pretrial investigation. It is carried out by the pretrial investigate institution. And also in Lithuania, the prosecutor has no duty, but has the possibility and right, a lawyer or court can address the probation service on the conclusion of social survey. But this is not an obligation, it's just a right. So unfortunately, this is a very rare case in Lithuania. If we receive such a request, then we carry out risk assessment of such a person, and also we propose for certain obligations that need to be imposed on him or her. We only get such an inquiry when the prosecutor is thinking about the postponement of the detention or this alternative sanction. Probation as a system can decide without the court what duties, conditions have to be complied with by the person. And this is in one instance. It was mentioned today that in Lithuania we have this automatic conditional release from detention. And here probation officers go to prisons, they work with inmates, and they plan certain commitments or conditions that the inmate might comply with. This is the only case when we can decide on our own initiative. And if the probation service receives this sentence from the court, we are only the executors of that sentence. And if we see that we need to change something the person cannot comply with due to certain reasons, we cannot change anything. The legal acts that are valid today changing it to other commitment is not within our power. What is most interesting or saddest, and I do believe that there is a certain mistrust of the court as regards probation, as our laws have that for every second or repeat violation, we have to address to the court as regards strengthening of the sanction. And just a few figures. In 2023, Lithuanian Probation Service supervised more than 28,000 persons. And due to monitoring of such persons, in 3,300 times we had to address the court on the change of the sanction. And we do understand and we recognize that majority of them were just written because it is in the law and they were rejected. But sometimes we address the court 5 or 6 times. Since they do not trust us very much, these applications are rejected. Back in 23, only 29 of our requests were satisfied by the courts, 29%. So quite often a person does not comply with the requirements, has 1 or 2 pretrial investigations ongoing, pending, a new crime is committed, and only then they are returned to prison or a stricter punishment is imposed. Well, my point is that cooperation is very important, and we can really be jealous about the cooperation in Norway with all stakeholders, but in order for it to be successful, the institutions must cooperate, and I can compare it with the house being built. If we don't have a good foundation, or in this case, legislation, then without this foundation, there is no cooperation. If we have all the conditions for cooperation, the aim is easier to achieve. And also, it presupposes a bigger trust with state institutions in the eyes of the citizens, the trust in legislation, in the courts, because all of us who work in the system of correctional systems, we understand that these people do not trust in state institutions, and it's very difficult to I think a better cooperation helps us not to repeat the functions.
In the correctional service in Norway, you saw the statistics from Björn's presentation about the reoffending rate, and it's quite good numbers. But it's not even possible to have that kind of numbers without the NGOs and the probation service. It's not possible from a correctional or prison service perspective. So that these questions goes to both of you. What is your role when it comes to alternative sanctions? How involved are you? I don't know if you want to start.
Well, I don't know whether I understood you correctly. Your question is about our task, right? In aiming for that integration, right, into the society of the offender. In terms of trust, because I spoke about trust, what was your question about? Did I understood you correctly?
Vat klausant teisėsaugos institucijų atstovų, aš galvoju apie tai, kad tokia mintis prabėgo, kad kaip gerai, kad nevyriausybininkai iš tikrųjų yra tokie atskiri, nepriklausantis teisėsaugos sričiai, nes pirmas dalykas, ką mes darome, kai žmogus ateina pas mus, kai kada
I'm sorry, wrong channel. Well, I thought that NGOs are great because they do not depend on the justice system. And when a person is feels a certain crisis, then we can interfere. And last year, when we submitted complex services, provided complex services, we informed people that were not judicial institution. We do not depend on them, but because, as you mentioned, people quite often feel fear. They don't trust in the system, especially those who committed a crime. They do not trust not only with the justice institutions, but with the society. And it's very, very low. And our task is to restore this trust. So let's try to regain this trust in order to provide high quality services. We very often hear that people are disappointed. We have to help them to gain this trust. Quite a big team of people worked in this project. There were psychologists, social workers, addiction consultants. Only in this case, this service can be provided when a person who comes trusts the system. Maybe I don't know whether whether I answered to your question.
Norwegian side, it's important to build trust, as the question was about, and it's about relationships. In Norway as well, offenders don't trust the system. Broken relations is something that has gone on all their life, but it's easier to build trust to us. And it's our task to build trust and confidence in the cooperation with the probation office. And I would like to address the very good relationship we have with the probation office, in particular in Oslo, that I know better than the rest of Norway. And it's based on cooperation where the offender is in the center. It's not way back. It's not the probation office. It's what can we do together for the offender so he's not re-offending. Sometimes it can be that we have a competence that the probation office doesn't have. We can speak together, or we can have a meeting with the offender. And when it comes to the end of the sentence, they also very often call us and said, now I have a client, we don't know what to do with him because this is the end of the sanctions, so we have no relation any longer. So then there is like a handover if the client wants, but very often this is based on what the client as well as the probation officer would like to do. And it can also be financial problems, financial issues during the period. There is a lack of finance for the housing and so on, and then we will assist. But the main person responsible is the probation office. But we are just to add service and to be a prolonged arm, not to replace anyone.
You want to comment?
Jeigu dar galėčiau,
Just a few things to add. Well, probation service in Lithuania in recent years and now is one of our success stories or success institutions. Because we know every member of staff, people change, staff's changed, but some people remain the same, and it's great. So this trust with a partner, with a probation service remained, and I hope it will remain. But for people, what is important is that we are not related to judicial system. They can open up, they can share their problems when they know that this is not going to be used against them. I also believe that what is important is that the functions are separated. Probation service is the one that controls, sometimes punishes, and NGOs don't have this function. But we cooperate with probation services. We have to report when there are new circumstances. For example, there is a crime committed or some motives. But when we talk about functions, it is important that NGOs have this only support function, helping to socialize, but not a punitive, not a controlling one.
Norėčiau patvirtinti, ką sako gerbiama Dovilė.
I just would like to reiterate what Dovilė is saying, that we really appreciate the cooperation with NGOs, and due to the fact that the support, the help to the inmates is broader, more complex, and as it was said yesterday, to what extent probation officer supervises or monitors people due to the lack of time. I would like just to say that our people are really vulnerable. They demand time in terms of psychological support, corrective behavior. And the more partners we have that together with us work in this field, the easier is resocialization of the inmate.
I have my last question, and it goes to all in the panel. You have mentioned it, and the key word here is trust. Because working together is sometimes quite difficult, and the lack of trust is the worst thing that can happen. And can you elaborate a little bit about trust in your own organization and also with the other stakeholders and state institutions that are involved on both sides? That's interesting.
Yeah, if I could start, I would say that trust is a very complex issue. And it's also connected to society as a whole. I mean, if there's lack of trust in the probation or lack of trust in the judiciary, it's probably lack of trust in all the authorities in society. In Norway, there's a very high level of trust in authorities and of trust in general. I know that for within the judiciary, the trust in judges is like between 80 and 90%. People have a high level of trust. In Moldova, for example, which I know best, it's 20%. And why is this? Why is it like this? It's of course connected to how society is as a whole. In Norway, there is a very low poverty rate. People are feeling safe. That's maybe the most important thing. People feel safe in society. There is a very low crime rate, which also is connected to the poverty rate. And there is a very low level of corruption within the authorities. I never heard of any case against any judge in Norway regarding taking bribes or being corrupt. And almost no police officer, actually. Very few. So everything is connected to everything. So it's very hard to try and raise trust just in one particular field if the general notion in society is that we don't trust the authorities. But I think one key word is knowledge. To promote your organization, like probation, promote, if the judges should have more trust in probation, maybe they need more knowledge. Because in Norway, we are quite lucky because it's so much based on tradition. But actually, as a judge, I don't really know very much about the skills of the probation officers, but I just assume that they are competent, because in general, I assume that people who are placed in certain positions are competent and skilled. But in Lithuania, probably, you will have to promote this in another way. And I had a study in Moldova this autumn, speaking to judges, and they said, what we need professional media training. We need to go out and promote ourselves to show that we're not all corrupt, to show that you can trust us and we are capable and we do have the competence. There is not such a need in Norway. So the medicine, it's not an easy fix, but I think knowledge is a key word in states, in nations where there is a general low level of trust.
Thank you. Björn?
Trust is difficult to gain and easy to lose. But to be able to gain trust, you need to be given the possibility to show that you're capable and that you have the competence, that you have the willingness and the ability to fulfill the demands in the professional setting that is given to you. Also, having been working in Eastern Europe for many years, starting in 2007, even within the judiciary and the justice sector, what I see is that trust is replaced with control and charges of wrongdoing, where you can be kind of displaced from your position and even have criminal sanctions for not being able to fulfill a goal, even if you tried your best within your profession. It's also part of the study that Jan Lasse had among judges in the Republic of Moldova. So trust is complex, it's difficult, but on a peer-to-peer basis, from one institution to the other, it is about communication. It is about talking together in the daily work that we actually have. What are my expectations towards you, and vice versa? To be able to kind of fulfill the common task. Let's now speak about prosecution and probation, for example. We have a common goal to deliver for the court the best product available according to the frame that we both have. It isn't that difficult, but I have to trust the probation and the probation officer that they do their best to enlighten what is their task. I can reuse that, and he, in the end, also. So it is about showing each other trust. That's also is a part of showing some vulnerability on your own. That I trust you, there is some risk in it with me, but every time that you show that you are worthy of that trust, the sum of it rises.
Thank you, Björn.
Again, I take the perspective of the offender with broken relations and absolutely no trust in anyone. And I think that with what we do with alternative sanctions, we actually show trust in the offender. We give them the opportunity to show that they manage the trust they're offered. If you give a person an open hand, you can offer something and you can also receive something. But I think that's the fine thing with the alternative sanctions, because you're actually able to show that you trust someone. In terms of the cooperation with NGOs and probation office, there has to be a trust and confidence in each other there as well. And I think it's important to establish the different roles we have. We are not there to execute punishment. We are not there to snitch on the offender. We are there to support and help and communicate with the offender, with the probation office. But it's important that those roles are established. We are always very clear what we can do and what we can't do and what we don't want to do. When those roles are established, it's much easier to gain trust and experience a perfect relationship and collaboration.
Thank you. Dole, your perspectives on this trust?
Jo, tai pasitikėjimas tik.
Well, trust is an interesting, a complex issue. And to reply, I would like to single out three groups, namely the trust of government institutions in us, the probation. Now we see the light in the end of the tunnel. During the spring session, our parliament will consider a new draft law on probation, which includes a provision that probation officers will have discretion to decide on when a person really needs to be isolated and when there is still hope of correction. In terms of interinstitutional trust, I fully agree with the previous speakers. I believe that the lack of trust is related with the lack of knowledge. We should simply communicate more, maybe organize mutual training courses so that we could learn about what the other institution is doing. Of course, it is important to define the true goal, and if the goal coincides, then we really have to work hand in hand. Maybe it would be even useful to follow the example of local government institutions. And here I mean that in municipalities, they have the position of an interinstitutional cooperation coordinator. Maybe law enforcement institutions could have something similar in the future. Now, turning to our clients' trust in us, I believe that here it is important to maintain the balance between control and resocialization. As Simonas Nigartas said, when people are not extremely dangerous and don't need to be controlled 24/7, we don't have to overdo it. It's much better to help them and re-socialize them. Dovile. I would like to speak in similar lines to Katarzyna. I believe that the issue is about the trust of governmental institutions in NGOs, but sometimes in the parliament there are initiatives about giving NGOs more rights to deliver services. Often NGOs employ people who are very motivated to work in this specific area. Quite many of us, we have other jobs. We don't only work in NGOs. my colleague psychologists, the 3 psychologists and the lawyer. So we all have our jobs, but the wish to help people and to deliver services and to improve the situation in the society is in itself deserving trust, because sometimes we work on a voluntary basis. And I could speak on behalf of many NGO staff that we deserve the trust. Now, in terms of our clients, those who are supervised by probation, well, first of all, we try to impart some self-confidence on them. And the trust, if not in everyone in the state and the institutions, but at least trust in one person with whom they establish a relationship, with whom they communicate, and who are able also to help people to return to the society and to restore relations with the relatives and solve crises.
Soon running out of time. I'm open for a few questions. Talking about trust, Johan, when you started in Oslo prison, that was another story. But after a few years, he has keys, talking about keys. He has keys to 3 prisons in Norway. And that's something special. Any questions?
That's trust. It can't be broken.
Yeah, Stig? A microphone.
It's a lot of Norwegians in the panel, so I have a question to them. 60% of all offenders in Norway start their sentence in the community. That's a quite high number. Do you think we have reached a limit here, or do you think this number is going to increase the coming years?
Who is the question for? All of us? In my opinion, I think that number can be even higher because there are too many persons incarcerated in Norway for lower crime, and it's not necessary to keep them behind bars. Of course, we need prisons and we need some people to be behind those bars, but I think we can extend the length of sentence in community up to 1 year, maybe 2 years, but then we need to extend step by step to gain trust. But it's not necessary to keep all these people behind bars, but still some want to be behind bars. Don't forget that.
If I'd like to add, I don't really know, of course. This is more like me thinking out loud, but this, of course, depends on the development in society. If we have a situation where the crime goes up dramatically, you will have politicians yelling for more punitive sanctions and more imprisonment. So this goes in waves, I think, and it might go up and it might go down. Don't you think? Yeah.
Thank you, Stig. Other questions? You forgot your questions?
This one there.
Imans.
Thanks. I'm thinking about this term cooperation. In my understanding, this is very loaded term. It's also like trust, very complex. It's not when one party does as other party wants. That's not cooperation. But it's a situation when both parties, in my understanding, respect each other and are willing to sacrifice some of their positions, opinions, with aim to find the common ground, with aim to do something together and for the common good, something like that. And I'm wondering about our NGO representative. I'm pretty sure that when you first time attended, I don't know, in Norway, Kriminalvårdssorgen or here in Lithuania as well. I'm pretty sure that it was not at the very beginning situation full of mutual respect, and that this is some kind of process and journey you need to go through, and maybe you can describe a little bit more about that, because I know very well that government agencies look from above towards NGOs, that we are the ones who do the big important job, and NGOs sometimes they are just creating problems, issues, they don't understand us, and they ask for money, but we don't have enough money for ourselves, and the NGOs think that we are doing the best jobs, they are bureaucratic, etc. And there are many reasons for not being respectful relationships.
Now, I think it's very important what you are addressing here, because in the start or way back, we didn't have any trust. And not only because we have a criminal record, it's also to understand what is our role, because we are, as we always try to tell, that we are not competing with the bureaucracy or with the government. We are not competing with the prisons. We just want to add on a service and to be an extended arm. And I think it's very important that we are not there to push or to change anything, but to come with new perspectives, new ideas. We are very often in these groups where we have psychologists, social workers, and prison officers. And in the beginning, I asked, what is Wayback doing here? And I was always very honest. I said, we are not here with the Norwegian law. We're just here to support the client and listening to what you're doing, and also to prepare the client for the meeting. And if you're not able to address that, people will feel that we are in competition. Now, very often, the welfare office, the prison officer, the manager of the prison will contact us and ask us to take part in the meeting. It could be a difficult meeting with their client. And we are there just to add on to their service they already have, not to compete.
Aš čia turiu paminėti, kad
I should mention that the Kaunas City Men Crisis Center doesn't only work with those under probation or former convicts. We provide services also to other target groups. But paradoxically, when we started working with law enforcement institutions, and since your question was about the first experience, so paradoxically, when we started working with institutions, our initial experience was very positive. And in 2010, we decided to try and according to one of our programs, we decided to try working with inmates. And all the year, twice per month, we would go to Pravieniškės second prison, and we were very welcome there. We worked with groups of people who had killed their women relatives, and we felt very welcome both by prison staff and inmates. So this initial experience was really very good. But of course, probably this is not about the change in trust from 0 to 100. It fluctuates. When the government changes, when the ministers change or vice ministers, other staff changes. For example, in the Ministry of Social Security and Labor, we currently experience a decrease in trust. But that's because there are many new people coming. They have little information. We have to convince them again and again, and this is quite complicated. When we have to try and convince people again after 15 years of work that we are deserving of trust. Thank you.
We have time for one more question before we...
Turime laiko.
I actually just wanted some attention. I don't have any kind of questions for you. But actually, we usually hear in Lithuania speaking that public bodies, state institutions, we do not trust. We have a lack of trust in NGOs. But I would like to make another turn on this idea and ask you, as representative of NGOs, what we as a state institutions should do differently to gain your trust. What we should do to ease up the process for you to become our partners.
Well, again, it's about communication, and I think, like in Norway, we also depend on public financial support. And I think sometimes I would like to sit down together with the public, the directorate or the politicians, and we are there to look for what kind of service is missing. But in a cooperation, we also want to know what kind of service they are looking for, because we are all on the same boat. We need to work together, and there is just one bucket of money. And what can we do with this bucket of money? And I think that's to start to have. I don't know if I'm able to answer your question, but it has to go both ways. It's not a one-way story, that we have to approach each other. And it takes time. It takes time. Government is changing. It changes in Norway as well. But we also need to build up a reputation, a brand name, brand awareness, and think a little bit about marketing, which NGOs normally are not that good at.
For me, as a representative of NGO, also, I am concerned about finances, but I'm not going to talk about them. But what we would need for newly recruited people, specialists, and we're not talking about specific institution, but about the people who come are not involved straight away in reforms, revolutions, but get to know and collect information about the contribution of the others. So, Žilvinas, they should look into the recommendations of NGOs and only then decide whether these NGOs could be trusted or not.
I'm looking. It's time, right? Yeah, it is. To the panel, thank you very much, and give them a big hand.
And many thanks and applause to wonderful moderator, Kim. Thank you so much. It's really very good end, because we are thinking about trust. As German father of sociology, Max Weber, once told that every problem began to solve when we loudly speak about it. And when we speak to each other, and not just speak, but listen to each other also. And I think we listen to each other, and someone left in our hands. Thanks our Norwegian partners, friends. Thank you so much for your brilliant ideas. Thank you so much for your open remarks, and thank you for being here with us. Thanks organizers, projects, agency, thanks probation service, thanks who's else? Thanks our prosecutors, judges, thanks those Norwegians also for their grants and cooperation, and many thanks for all of you for being with us, for being and giving us your time. I think the time is very important. You give the time all the day listening. Thanks, translators. Thanks so much for making our conference understandable. Thanks our translators for TV signal and everything what was said remaining forever on YouTube. You could watch whatever you want and whatever you can. Ačiū labai visiems už puikią konferenciją.
Thank you very much for this wonderful conference. Thank you to the speakers, participants, organizers for this beautiful platform to discuss very important things and to think not only where we are going to, how can we really create a better culture of trust in the society, because it's very important to find these answers, and to think how can we contribute to that. I do remember one thinker, American Stephen Covey, who spent a lot of time on the research of the Institute of Trust, and he wrote a few books on that. He said a lot about that it's very difficult to create trust and very easy to lose it. But for trust, we need the clarity of the intention, and for the people to understand what are your intentions, to look at your expectations. It really needs results, and also the fact that the person, the institution that you communicate with is a competent one. We also need integrity. And for trust, we need communication, what we're doing here and now. Let us talk more often, be more open, listen to one another, and let's go forward and create a better society, because this is our overall overarching goal. This is the goal of journalists, NGOs, police, prosecutors. We all have the same aim, so we have more happy people here. So thank you for doing that, and see you next time.